Wrestling, but it's a really small ring with like really tall ropes. So when they climb up the top turnbuckle, there's no dodging.
Coming up to the top turnbuckle. It's got 3-story drop.
He gets in an elevator at the bottom to ride it to the top of the turnbuckle.
The person on the ground is just doing that, like the horrendous acting, just like like clutching the stomach, like just waiting 3 minutes while they
Yeah,
get to the
you can
fucking
like,
top.
you're like, they're looking up at the dude, they got their eyes open, like, come the fuck on. They're like, ah!
The elevator gets stuck.
Yeah, I was gonna say, cuts to the dude in the elevators.
Yeah, it's just like him staring at his watch, like tapping his foot, like. And he's just like, fuck it, come on.
We'll get there eventually, I
He's
guess.
like spamming the button, like, come on, come on.
Last time on Festering Faiths. After pursuing Thorcum and his ill-gotten gains towards the dwarven base that was hidden in the old mines at the northern section of the floating ridges outside of Creekmont at the eastern mines, you had immediately pursued inward and had actually managed to bribe a good portion of the guards there and got them to immediately leave, which some had betrayed even more information as to who was further down, and at the fact that the necromancer that you had heard about, the Black Dragonborn, Tezar, had been dealing with them. Seeing that the zombies were still there, making sure to, well, avoid them at the current circumstance, you had pursued deeper in, and found that a lot of the other dwarves inside had not enjoyed their current stance in work with Thorcum, nor their current grade against the various Forge Masters, and were more than happy to betray their brethren at the fact that they would be able to keep basically the Forge in their inner workings here, secret into themselves. After pushing further down, they decidedly stayed back with Nisri and kept watch on some of the zombies as you had pursued further down and found the necromancers dealing with Thorcum, finding a mass amount of bodies that obviously he had used in trade as well for extra meat, and seeing the various amounts of soul ingots that were all there, along with a even more curious substance contained within that you found out later was a blood that would give people powers, question mark? After capturing Thorcum and immediately going to pursue the necromancer after he had basically dimension doored out of the place, you had pursued to the graveyard, which he had been presiding over. Thorcum refused an absolute all means and decidedly stayed behind, so Yazida had decidedly kept watch over him, while the rest of you went to deal with the rest of Tezar's deceitful means. After a brief interjection and trying to find out what he was trying to use this blood for, as well as the fact that he had offered a much more desirable prize that even Thorcum had wanted more than others, excuse me, which you had found was golden blood, very likely from the sleeping gods and primordials that you had heard about. You immediately caught his ire, as he had found out from Cromsteel that Cromsteel was not one of the soul crushers. To which, after he responded in kind with Circle of Death, Zircon thought he might have possibly been just out of range of it, but even then, unfortunately, the spell managed to reach him even further out, though it didn't seem to have any effect on Tezar. After seeing this demonstration, Cal had quickly moved up on Tezar while he was in a moment of celebrating, hurting everyone, quite significantly realizing that he actually had the upper hand now, who quickly lost its smile after getting caught by the Kasuriyama and dragged to the ground. After a very quick but painful dealings in the graveyard and getting rid of Tazar, he had removed the various necromantic nodes that he had binded to the various bodies inside the graveyard itself, to which, after you saw that the rest of the necromantic magic had left it inert. You had found some information out afterwards, realizing that his body had been part slime. Some of it had clearly desiccated over time. That he was dealing possibly with a bloodstone. As for that, when you returned to Creekmont and handed Thorcum over, along with the various bounty that you had originally carried all the way from Thorcum's base, obviously he'd be returning back to Aylesbury at that point and to face his final punishment. The other Dragonborn were happy to inform that they would be sure to keep him on tight rations so that he wouldn't get any wise ideas on the way out. As much as he opened up his mouth and flipped off Cal, being a smartass himself, will still come to regret it. After which, you had gained some more information as to what the curiosity of this blood was, and especially with Rylax's grove, you had found out that, well, especially with the tainted essence of this, well, substance, for another humanoid being, would probably grant them unusual strength or capabilities or prowess. And if it were the golden blood, maybe even the possible chance at the equivalent power of a demigod. Though, obviously, Thorcum never had the bravery to test this on his men, nor did he trust his men to be tested upon. Obviously, getting rid of this very dangerous substance was about the wisest. At the same time, Cromsteel is still holding on to the remaining infused soul ingots, along with the curious hammer that seemed to thrum with life every time an ingot got nearby, though they are being carried now separately in different bags to make sure that they are not able to interact with each other. At that point, you had taken your cart and started heading back on the road up to Stratham, heading in the direction for Zunwell. Currently in the midpoint, you do remember as well the curious mists that you had seen at the night, not too far north. At that same circumstance, there is also still the curiosity of the Bloodstone that would be not too considerably far, but obviously still of sight note.
It says here in my notes that Tazar was going to use the Bloodstone for a giant flesh golem. But we dealt with him, so is it fine to leave that there?
We already left many days ago.
We're going back.
I believe, if I'm recalling correctly, that we all agreed on the fact that since he was the one that was gonna do it, and he's dead now, it's probably fine.
Is that a fine thing to leave out in the wilderness?
All of the zombies also stopped reviving after we killed the specials too.
Behind this door, we could fix the problem, but I don't know. We do have we're kind of busy.
I'm just saying, do we know if a Bloodstone is gonna zap anyone that comes near it? Or some shit?
Not entirely.
I'm sure it's fine.
Would have been nice to bring up about 4 days ago, Cromsteel.
We're fucking going back there. Past
we-
it.
It'll be fine.
We're like halfway to Stratham already. Pay attention.
Why didn't you bring this up earlier?
You would be passing by.
I thought we were still in Creek.
Yeah.
Oh, are we still passing by?
Yeah, you're literally just like at the point of leaving Creekmont right now.
Hey, what's that, Ahsoka?
Hey,
Listen.
I was told we were arriving in Stratham.
No.
Yes, I also heard.
Thank God time just reversed.
Thank God time just reversed.
So now that we've not gone past it, should we?
And what? Just
Nah.
take the bloodstone with us?
No, just like
No, we can break
destroy
it.
it. Yeah, break it. It's clearly evil, but is it worth destroying?
Well, I was told specifically that it is worth destroying.
Right.
So, yes.
Oh,
Well, then break it.
by your slime people.
Are we at the thing where the bloodstone is right now?
Not right now.
Okay, let's.
It's apparently relatively on the way, kind of.
If we were going to go do it, it would be on the way now.
Swing by, see a few sites, destroy Big Red Rock.
cut to Nistry. Just hat maul above head.
All breaks.
We were
Sad
told that any sort of magic weapon would be able to break it.
Yeah, I've got magic weapons.
It's not a magic.
Yeah, not your maul, but we've got other weapons.
He cries. Look, Mama gave that to me.
It's magic to me.
No, I found it in the woods.
It's magic to me.
One of my swords is magic.
So we are going to go out into the woods and hit it with our magic swords.
Well, it's in the mountains and not the woods, but sure.
I don't see no mountains.
I was told that it was in the mountains.
It's
There's only like 2 trees right there.
God damn.
It's hiding behind the sign.
forgive
Yeah.
my PC for exploding when I was making this map.
Yeah, it can't handle 2 million entities. Pathetic.
What are you talking about? That's a mountain right there. Look at it.
True.
One sec. I'll add in some mountains just for you.
Yes, we're going to scribble all over your beautiful map.
Well, I can delete it very easily, so there's no real harm.
Well, I mean, it's the first thing you did originally, so it's kind of expected at this point.
Oh no, look, some mountains.
Mountains? Oh no.
Where's the floating ones?
What?
See how's the map? The ones that shows closer to Creekmont had floating rocks.
They weren't very big though.
That's true. They're not huge.
Don't know, comparatively they seem pretty big.
Apparently not worth putting on a map.
It's true.
Yes, well, as it was say mountains.
No, as you can see here, very clearly denoted on this map, these rocks are floating because you can tell their outline is 1/16 of a shade darker.
Oh,
Awesome.
This is commonly used by map makers. Oh, look, you see, there's floating trees. See? That stuff's floating.
I think those are actual islands and there's shadows underneath them.
Mm-hmm.
They're not trees, they're tiny islands.
Yeah, some bigger ones. It's like this one up here. It's pretty big.
What?
Pretty
I like how we're in character roasting the map.
It's beautiful. So, pursuing
Let's get rid of them.
the path, I assume? Question mark?
As best as the notes denote, if we're gonna go find the bloodstone, you know?
Yeah, I vote for find Bloodstone.
Sounds good.
Let's go find the red rock.
And
I hope
smash
it's
it.
red.
Oh my god, it's gonna be like that thing in Dragon's Blood.
So, go ahead and roll me a survival on this as you are traversing just kind of rocky terrain and you're trying to make sure that you're not going to break the cart.
Not me.
I'd like to not make this roll.
I am
Oh, man.
on my elk Fitz.
Oh yeah, I'm on my robot horse.
Right.
Stop flexing.
So someone on the cart can make that. Who's driving the cart?
Not the blind guy. It's either me,
Or
Rylax, or
Suck up,
Leoris.
Graves.
Don't make Rylax drive the car.
So where are we going, Zircon? I don't
you
know.
like-
Someone just handed
I
me this
don't
rope.
know.
Are you like trained to do this kind of thing?
No, I only ever really work places.
I don't know what's in here.
Never really used the horse.
Nice bye.
Can't be that hard.
Do you want to do it? Okay, you do it.
Everyone realizes suddenly no one has the drive cart or drive ability.
Nobody knows how to drive.
I can just tell the lizards what to do in
normally so
Draconic, that's it.
useless.
I can disguise the horses.
What? How's
Oh,
that
no.
gonna help?
That's very useful. In
I
case
will
we run into
paint
horses.
the horse to look cooler.
Also, they aren't horses; they're lizards.
I will paint the
The
lizards
lizards
to look
should be good at climbing mountains.
Yeah. It's,
The wagon isn't.
They're attached to the cart.
The wagon is not a lizard.
oh,
fine.
fucking god.
Do you think the cart would be better if I painted flames on the side?
It'll make it go faster.
That would be cool.
This is a well-known scientific fact.
Next time we stop, I'll put some flames on it.
I think yellow makes it go faster.
No, red ones go faster.
Why aren't you painted yellow then, Cromsteel?
Was yellow for explosive?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yellow's.
Right.
If we want to be sneaky, I can make it purple.
Can you combine all of the colors and it can be all of those things?
Well, if you combine all the colors, it'll just be brown.
Then it's just gonna be shit.
Brown is
I
the
mean, it's
best
kind of-
color.
It's kind of already brown. It is made of wood.
Oh my god.
So it's already shit.
That's why we're painting it.
Do we need the cart?
I mean, unless you want to walk the whole way.
There's actually only 4 of us in the cart.
It's for
Could we not
comfort.
ride the lizards? up,
Are you forgetting
up the
Yasita
mountain?
that's sitting right behind you?
Yes,
How many lizards are there though in this cart?
2.
Two.
But they're large. I figured there's only 4 of us. We could ride the lizards.
Do you want to walk several days or do you want to sit in a cart for several days?
I thought we were like at the mountain, ready to go up.
Oh no.
What
You don't-
gave you
you
that
don't
impression?
take-
no. We're going from Creekmont.
Oh, so we're just going on a road. Take my
Okay.
survival
Yeah.
checks.
And then the rocky terrain is where you're kind of cutting off a little bit to the north from where you heard about it.
This entire argument is great.
Yeah, I assumed this was roll to make your lizards not fall off a mountain, not
No,
you're on a fucking dirt road.
that was like, isn't that where Thorcon was?
Yes.
but it's a placeholder.
Right.
I love this whole situation. I picture like this. This is exactly what's being discussed. You guys have the world map in your hand. It's like, where the fuck are we?
I don't know.
The map doesn't taste good. I repeat, the map
Stop painting our map.
Just look over. We're right
We
here.
need that.
Oh god, we're right here.
Oh, I love every second of this.
But I wish he was driving the cart.
We're here, and I point randomly on the map.
Just point at the ground.
Just point at the
That's a
paper.
lake.
I like how I was just like, as a joke, like, oh yeah, we're right here. Do a survival check.
Oh.
I mean, I can still see the gates. It's pretty obvious.
Oh my fucking lord.
We're all retarded.
I love you all. Don't ever change. Don't ever change.
I'm about about to have an aneurysm because of this.
You're all retarded. I'm blind.
Yeah, nobody's holding you responsible for
Well, then
any.
get out and make make the ground flat then. Jeez.
I see.
Oh my god,
What the
Oh,
fuck
that
is
looks,
this?
that looks pretty evil.
it is the thing from Dragon's Blood.
We touched the rock.
So,
This looks like one of those things where.
as you arrive, it's very easy to discern what this object is, obviously, even from a distance. Getting closer, you can feel almost a unnerving tension that kind of hangs heavy in the air surrounding this object, as well as the pillars around it. Even though some are minorly damaged from weathering, you can see that the majority of this object has been held up over the years. You can see that there are quite a few sections as well that clearly have what looks like either sacrifices or people who have either been dying or have been sacrificed while dying and then crawled towards the pillar, almost seemingly in a last-ditch effort of hope.
I don't like this sudden musical change.
Neither do I.
What
You
was-
guys couldn't finish. You guys couldn't let me finish my cereal without running into something spooky, could you?
Fuck no.
Dude, we got
Oh,
here
not
in
at
like a minute. It was supposed to take days. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, don't worry. Flash forward.
So you see, we reversed time.
I'm glad we controlled the flow of time.
As
Also, I
am I.
like how the two people with circle frames are on either side of the group. Or the bouncers.
Superior. Imagine having a square border.
Are these... wait, stop!
Imagine cutting off all of your corners.
I would like to examine the pillar with evil markings looking like.
Yeah, can we look at the rocks before you walk through the evil pentagram?
Alright, so for the stonework itself, is very clearly that is an ancient giant's tongue. But
Giant's tongue.
yes, giant.
I do not read giant.
Aha!
That's my boy.
So
I need it to fight giants.
So, for that, you can go ahead, obviously, being able to translate these as direct teleportation runes. Obviously, these anchors were originally tied. You can see that some of the runes have faded out, either from the opposite side being broken or something outright destroying these. You see one or two marks on these rune stones as well that seem to have been purposely scratched out by various people. You can tell by the smaller dagger marks that the runes were very quite purposely destroyed to make sure that whatever was coming from that side or even going to that side was not going to happen ever again. As for the rest of it, go ahead and roll me an arcane and a religion check. And Cromsteel,
Does it
you
require me to read stuff?
for this, it's all carved in, so you would be able to read it, Zircon.
Aha!
Oh, do I get to make an arcane and a religion check?
Yep, and Cromsteel, you would have advantage because you can actually read the giant that is symbolized on there.
I don't have
Okay,
proficiency in
and
either of those.
religion as well.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Wow, showing off here.
Nice.
Alright, so, especially with that, Relax, you start to get on the right path. At that point, you could see that Cromsteel is actually quite intimately familiar with these. For you, Cromsteel, you recognize that these would be the original connectors to various fortresses that many of these storm and cloud giants had originally kept. some of these would lead to various slave camps and be able to teleport over greater distances over the lands, and the fact that some of these have been marked out is probably in retaliation or desperation to make sure that some of the collectors that might still be active from old magic are no longer able to come through anymore. Especially for hemophage magic, which seems to be the main focus of this. It contains the essence of living creatures to maintain its incantations. At this point as well, looking around and kind of studying it, there's the mention of this as well. A lot of you start to notice that a good portion of the plants and trees all around, especially for you, Cal, you notice as well from what you had originally seen that eerie night in the strange mist, there's almost like a light dusting and misting of what seems to be dried blood over some of the areas, and it's not just that the plants are red or the flowers are themselves.
Is that like appearing now, or has that always been here?
For the coloration of it, it looked natural, but especially upon hearing it, you realize there's a very clear-cut path now, like something walking around in almost a mist-like form.
That I can see moving right now.
Not right now, but you could see where the path had originally traveled from the center of this. Cromsteel, you sense a very large fiend somewhere in the center of this stone.
There is a fiend within the bloodstone.
That does not sound good.
Does that mean if we break it, it'll get out?
Possibly.
It could also be its power source, you know. It is supposed to teleport things, right?
Mm-hmm. So,
normally magic needs somebody to power it.
Can you still break it?
For those who would like to, especially looking at the various bodies laid out about, go ahead and roll me an insight or medicine.
Am I getting the gist that this bloodstone was teleported here?
Fuck.
Or is it here to power the teleporter?
As far as you could tell, this is to power the teleporter, but it doesn't seem to be really all in its normal constitution or state. It seems clearly corrupted and altered.
That would be a plot twist and a half.
But
how high up are these spiky rocks?
So those spiked rocks that arch up and seem to be leading in the various different directions, almost like cardinal directions, you do take note that they are 15 feet high, so they do tower over you. Obviously, originally carved by giants.
Can I try to climb up to the top of one?
That you can. With that, it's actually fairly easy, especially with the grooves of the runes, so you're easily able to get placeholders and climb up to the 15-foot mark.
I just want to look around for the like the path that was traveled by this red smoke.
Alright, go ahead and roll me a perception. So, just for that, you can easily tell that, especially for some of the lighter reds and shades that you can see still shimmering in the wind, it very clearly went in close to the direction that you've seen. There's occasional gaps where you see that the red stops, but then continues on like something blipped out of reality and then came back. And then, as for the medicines and insights previously, you could see for a good portion of the skeletons here, all of the hands being pulled towards the stone, and it seems like, for some reason, the various creatures and skeletons of these humanoids weren't able to pull their hands away or free from the stone itself. Like something was pulling their, either by their will or their hands in towards the stone.
Do they? I don't actually know how far the science of identifying a creature's race by their bones has gotten, but can I make a check to see if they're all the same race? Out of curiosity.
For that, that's easy enough. So for that, you do see some are tieflings, others are dragonborns. You do see one is a dwarf, but does seem to be mainly dragonborn that are kind of littered about here. Though obviously the other few odd humanoid races are mixed in as well. You can tell that it has been questionably a joint effort.
So there's more skeletons than the symmetrical hand touching that's visible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is this bloodstone like a stone, or is it like transparent?
For that, it's an actual stone.
So it looks like what we see.
Mm-hmm. You do see for the carvings that are still active for the runes do have a faint shimmer of red, like actual hemophage magic is still taking part.
So what you're telling me, right, is I gotta walk up to it and just like merge inside it and see what's there, right?
Don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
You go in and the demon's just like chilling, playing cards with himself. He's like playing solitaire.
What the?
Hey, how's it going, pal?
I know.
Hey man, you want to play poker?
Wood, but I can't move.
Well, that seems to be a problem for you.
Yeah, it's okay. We can go downstairs. I have a big basement in here.
What?
I take one step ahead.
Can you?
Are you going to touch it?
Zircon, can
No.
you see how big that stone is? The big one in the middle.
Yes.
How big is
You can see it, correct?
You also have eyes.
it? As in
In
how
fact,
far
they
under the
work
ground it
better.
goes?
That is a better way to explain that. I'm gonna stamp my foot and try to figure that part out.
You know, how big's that rock that we can see?
Is there anything inside it that I can see? Is more the answer.
I wouldn't have asked Zircon if I didn't mean underground yet, dick. Specifically to Crumb Steel.
Well, none of us picked that up.
As you obviously do a quick stamp to get a sense of the area, you could tell that this pillar itself sinks down about another 15 feet. So in total, the full length of this obelisk seems to be about a grand total of 45, as the larger portion of it stays above. As you do, you can also sense what seems to be bodies, question mark. You realize that there are other skeletons. There seems to be heaps of skeletons buried in the earth below you, along with the fact that there's one particular body that seems to be missing from the sequential order surrounding this bloodstone. A very wide open grave that seems to have dug itself out.
Disturbing. I will relay this information to the rest of the crew.
Does that mean
That is disturbing.
As well, at the very center core of this obelisk, you sense flowing liquid.
There's flowing liquid in the center of it.
That's very unsettling.
Alright, time to crack it open.
I assume that
I'll
blood.
say from my perch. I suppose now is a good time to mention. You see all this red smoke?
No.
No.
I'll point it out. Sort of just looks like flowers
It's
and
not a
shit.
solid. I can't see it.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Zircon, you see the red smoke?
Zircon can't see it, but Cal, you do point out there are a few areas of where this strange mist has kind of decorated the forest as well as the various plants and flowers around.
Is that blood mist or something?
Remember the other night, Leoris, when I was on watch and I went out to go check on something? There was a lot of this mist,
I see.
and also a large creature, about, what, like 8 foot tall, was it? Something like that.
Seems like that for your distance when you made the check initially. It's hard to tell it that far out.
Some very large, intimidating creature was creating the smoke. Possibly this fiend Cromsey was talking of.
Okay.
Is it not trapped in the stone then? Can it leave?
Well, a creature like the one I saw is making this smoke. It could be the same one you're sensing. Could be a different one.
Maybe it lives in the rock. It's like it's home.
Go back to my seated position on the rock.
So we can either try to break the rock and fix this problem, or we could fuck it up somehow and make everything worse.
You know, somehow I feel it's the same option.
I'll jump down. Yeah. Sorry for the disrespect. And I'll pull out my Staragama and hook it into the skeleton's back and try to yoink it away from the rock.
Alright.
See if it's like stuck to it.
So, with that, it's easy enough to hook the Kasuragama into the back section of the vertebrae and the ribs. You pull it back in a way, and you realize that the tendons have dried, but you still get the cluttering remains. You do see that the hand seems anchored still, though the bones are eerily lighter than you were expecting. As you get them right up to you, then you're able to pick one up, or even just kind of move it around.
I'll drag it out of the pentagram.
Go ahead and roll me a medicine. Ironically, as Chrome Steel presumed, it did exactly that. It sucked out the bone marrow. The area where, especially for some, are familiar that blood is produced. And inside these hollow fluted bones now are clean, cavernous areas where marrow should be.
I'll point that out. Also, if you get stuck, all you have to do is cut your hand off and you'll be fine.
We
Sounds
need our
convenient.
hands.
Most people kind of need their hands.
Rather than being sucked into a rock, wouldn't you think?
Or we could not touch it.
This is strange, though. It seems a lot worse than I was initially had it described to me.
Yeah, I didn't realize there was going to be a big sacrificial circle around it.
Well, for that, you do reckon.
Wait, it's a weapon, aren't we? Like, not with our hands?
Well, still, I'm worried about stepping past the pentagram boundary and something will happen.
So for that, actually, go ahead and roll me an insight as well. But now that you're thinking about that, this is far different than what you're expecting.
Who's rolling?
Anyone who would like to, is obviously.
Yeah.
Got
I love insight.
Because nothing is inside for you.
Wow.
Oh my. So, especially, well, Cromsteel mentioning that, it does occur to you that since this thing has been tampered with so much that Zakar has possibly been practicing with this and has done something to alter it. It probably doesn't operate as a teleporter anymore.
So, we could try to break some of these spires and the pentagram outline. Maybe that will break something important.
Well, I touched the spires and I'm fine.
Nice, well, maybe they help with, I don't know, somebody that approaches the bloodstone.
Or I could just throw firebolts at it from outside the circle and see what happens.
I really don't think that'll hurt this time.
It's magic.
It's worth a shot.
Sure, go ahead.
My only magic thing is a piece of wood.
Yeah, actually no. Let's magic missile it.
Alright.
Can't miss.
Well, it is a good point though. I don't really think throwing a fire at some rock is gonna do very much damage. At least magic missile is force damage. I will shoot the big obelisk in the center with a magic missile.
Alright.
You want me to roll damage or just
Roll damage, because it can't miss anyway.
No, roll to hit.
2, 3, tons of damage.
Alright. So, with that, let me double check the hardness of this. With that amount of damage, it seems to leave some scuffs, but not enough to crack the stone.
It's kind of hard. I could try a little bit harder.
No, let's try whacking it.
I could punch it.
Does anybody want to
I don't think you
volunteer
should do
to
that.
step into the pentagram and hit the obelisk?
I put my hand up.
Alright, come here. I've got some holy water for you.
Zircon starts
Holy water.
bending the rock and stone, I assume.
Yes.
Rock and stone.
Attempting to anyway.
Alright, so you breaking the main obelisk or the outline?
Well, they're already going for the main one, so let's try the main one.
And I make a path through the pentagram.
No. Main one.
Alrighty. So, obviously, this still being common stone, you're able to manipulate it, and you can see it start cracking and splitting. Are you breaking just the top of the obelisk off, or are you
Yeah,
split?
the top.
Alright. So, as you break off the top and break the upper half of what is exposed for this obelisk, Cal is getting covered in holy water at this point. You see what is a fountain of blood starts pouring out of the stone. Almost like a river is pushing up from underneath in a wealth amount of it.
I'm not sure what I expected.
We're good.
Yeah.
As you are watching this fountain of blood pour forth, you start to see the burbling blood build up what seems almost like a smooth shell object kind of start rising out of it, about 4 feet wide, before finally it starts to move up, and you see a pale blue skin surface before it moves further up, and a sunken pair of blood-filled eye sockets peer out at all of you.
That's the thing.
Well, we released the demon.
Which
The day is saved.
Oh,
I hate it.
we come in peace. We have freed you.
I don't think we do.
I
don't
don't think
think
it
we
comes
are.
in peace.
At that point, you could feel the ground shake like there is a river of blood underneath, and what sounds like screams rising up from some of the surface stones all around the area. And conjoined with the surfacing of the blood fiend, you start to see skeletons rise up, the sequential ones that you had noticed, Zircon.
Of course.
This is definitely a fight. Cast the buff while they're all being spawned.
Cast the buff.
And with that, the
And do your buff.
and with that, we'll be breaking down into initiative as this thing starts reaching out one large, bony, gaunt arm in Chromsteel's direction.
Bye.
Rape whistle.
No.
Rosie, can you just like watch people play football from your room?
Yes.
Not really. It's not like an actual.
You like always hear it.
Like it's not a field. It's just a park.
Okay.
Like it's just a large flat section of open grass. So they do like practice and stuff there.
My initiative's so bad.
On a more minorly significant note, the various bone humanoid creatures that rise up, geysering blood from themselves as well, all share a similar design and look to that of Tazar's desiccated body after he wasn't able to hold shape anymore. Each one a dragonborn. But at the same
Don't like that.
At the same note, Zircon, you realize that out of the 5 pillars that are there, there is still one where there is a missing body.
Oh, the hole. That's
Yeah.
what that is.
Tazar is the missing body. We've solved it, gang.
Oh boy.
Alright, everybody go home. Skeletons back in your graves. Please.
No, they solved the riddle. I guess we gotta let them go.
Yeah, well,
That's right.
as Sesame Street starts playing in the background.
Yeah, and he pulls out a gun.
So, anyways, I started blasting.
Some baller music, dude.
Yeah, this is good.
I feel like I'm in Bowser's castle.
Hold on.
Man, I can't believe this happened when we went and fucked with the Bloodstone.
Who would have fucking thought?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Alrighty. So this one will waste no time lurching forward as blood geysers everywhere, coating the floor and the stone all around. It's going to make 2 claw attacks against Rylax. Both go wide, but at the same time, as he's swinging his heavily decayed body around, all of you just get splashed with a wonderful gout of hot blood.
You.
Hot blood.
What?
Yeah.
I'd like to not.
Ew.
Is it adhering to the 4 humors? Hot blood, yellow bio.
Alright, so Leoris.
Oh, this definitely calls for documented grant us protection.
Before that, go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw, as you need to try and resist the fear aura, as these blood mists are starting to overwhelm your nerve system. Alright, so you are able to resist with ease, as the horrifying aura of this blood mist starting to coat your body is not going to shake your resolve.
Special movement being that takes my action. Bonus action. I'll call down Blade of Moonlight. Spiritual weapon. Smack.
Oh, that definitely fucking hits. Solid 8 force damage as it cuts in. You see this creature just let out a huge gout of blood. Especially even just with that one slice, it looks like the equivalent of a gallon just spills out onto the floor, and you can actually see steam rising from it.
What's this one? 6. Okay. That is my turn.
Alright, back to the bloody bones. Immediately moving up to continue its pursuit of serving its master. As it gets up to here, especially the blood mist roiling around it, Cromsteel, you lock eyes with it for a brief moment as you can actually see the blood get swallowed back in, and you see the brief glare, what seems like an overly tainted, rotted yellow eye sink straight through you. Go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw. Alright. You've managed to stave off the rattling dark stare. Then you're able to continue moving forward with relative ease and stride in this moment of need of you and your allies. Nistri.
Well, damn. Is this monster bitch like on top of the pillar?
No, he's standing beside it. He's as tall as the pillar itself.
Well,
Think Slender Man.
He's 30 feet.
yeah. I can, I no longer wish to be here.
God, these 3 you got this.
Oh.
Yeah, he's circa 8 foot my ass.
Yeah,
Hey man, it
I'm
was
hoping
far away.
nothing goes wrong when
Just-
I stand in this place.
yeah. Go hug the Bloodstone Sentinel.
I'm just gonna like fucking break his kneecaps.
Those definitely hit.
God, these 3.
Alright, a solid 25 as you smash through his legs, and you can even see that the spots that you crush into, your maul goes straight down to where bone is, and then when it connects, you realize that the only thing that stopped it is just because the blood is flowing like a river so fast it actually prevents you from fully swinging through.
Also, to the detriment of myself, was I caught in that fear thingy that the fool did?
No, because you did not start your turn there.
Okay, good. That's me.
Alright.
For history.
Ooh. 8 temp to history.
That's a good one.
We've got the bullshit aura.
Yeah, boy.
Or
Alright, relax. Wisdom.
Necessary.
Wisdom saving throw, DC 13. To not be infected by this horrible blood aura.
oh, well, goodbye.
Yeah.
I'll use the inspiration on it. Why not?
You do not resist.
I tried.
Alrighty. Well, especially with the blood kind of misting over you, the warm, wet sensation just constantly washing and sticking to your flesh. Well, even with this other sticky sensation, even you being a slime, this is just very gross and wrong. This blood is tainted in itself, and you can feel it, and you are now feared of this creature.
Oh, which thing am I scared of? Big boy?
Nope. The one standing next to you.
Oh.
The little boy is terrible.
May I receive a refresher as to what fear does to me?
You have disadvantage on your attacks as long as the creature is within sight. And you cannot
And you
approach.
can't if it- yes.
Cannot approach it.
Okay. I'll do the opposite of approaching. I'm gonna pulse away from him and only him. Terrible damage roll.
Alrighty.
Oh, no.
Constitution saving throw for the bloody bones. He rolls a 17, so half as much.
He takes 9 damage. And he does not get pushed or pulled or anything.
Alrighty.
I guess I won't move.
Alright.
I'm scared of him. This entire place is surrounded by things I'm scared of now.
Righty.
Hey, relax. Your turn ends. You're no longer feared.
Thanks, Hyaris.
Does that do that at the end of every turn?
I can choose to give you temp HP or end a charm or frighten.
Oh. Wow, that's really amazing. Okay, well.
It's good stuff. So,
The bullshit aura.
Oh, that's amazing. Holy shit.
so this guy, as he quickly approaches, he will give. Let's see. Well, he'll actually give Cal the dark stare.
Alright.
Hell is immune to
Yeah,
fright.
that's nothing to me.
All
I'm
right.
currently under the effect of protection from good and evil via Chrome Steel.
Excellent work. So with that, obviously being staved off, you don't get affected by this rattling fear. You kind of just laugh at it. It quickly realizes that these tricks and mind games are not going to give it the upper hand it was hoping for. Cal.
Alright, it's gonna jump in and help Rylax, but she's not fearing. So, gonna step into the pentagram. Okay. Bonus action, I shall activate the arms of my astral self. So that's this.
Ooh.
You choose targets.
Yep.
Alright, and then the Blood Sentinel. Both will fail.
Nice. They just take that damage. There's no prone or anything, but you know, it's pretty cheap ability.
That's an excellent payout.
And then I'll, now that I've hit him with that, I'm gonna step out of the fucking pentagram.
Alright. Once you do that, the Blood Sentinel's going to try and claw you.
Oh, the big boy.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
That's
Surely he's got like 20 foot reach.
Oh, sure.
Hey.
With them long arms.
With
30-foot slender man. Just-
a 15 to hit you, that will definitely miss. So,
Just barely.
as you step out, not really thinking about how tall this creature is, you see it lurch down and slam 4 spiked fingers straight into the dirt beside you, and you see the blood spilling out like a river.
Well, then I'll use my action to hit this zombie twice.
Alrighty. Well, may damage, because those definitely connect.
And that's magical, by the way.
Alrighty. So that, as you smash your weapon into this fucking zombie and start spilling out the blood as it's pouring out of it, you could see that the fingers of the blood sentinel track over to the blood that's being spilled out and starts pulling it into itself.
Ew.
Wait, so the blood I knocked out of the zombies going into the big boy?
He's drinking it up. And that is a reactionary of his.
But he did his opportunity attack.
That's true, so he would not drink it. Alright.
Haha.
It's all part of your plan to leave his reach.
I just wanted to get him in the AoE for my slap.
And then this boy. He's coming over to try and slap some hams. Well, only one will hit you with a 17. Alright. For 7 slashing damage.
Has disadvantage to hit me.
Oh, true. So, one more. Oh. The second one was a 23.
Okay. 7 slashing?
Yep, 7 slashing. Alrighty. And then Bloodstone Sentinel. Which, actually, it's actually really good that you moved there, Cal.
Uh-oh.
Breath weapon.
Oh no, something else that would have taken effect. But, it's going to reach down at Street now, trying to claw at him multiple times.
Oh no.
The first one will miss the 22 to hit you.
Damn, that will hit.
For 15 slashing damage.
Okay.
And then, especially since now that you have taken slashing damage within range of him, Street, go ahead and make me a Constitution saving throw.
It's gonna suck your blood.
Hang on, so I only take 6 actual slashing damage to my hearing health, right? So that's math.
Yeah, because they would erase the 10.
Yep, that's math. And what was it? Con save?
Con save 15.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
So you will take. Ooh.
Oh shit,
Psychic
there's a
grey
grey
ooze.
ooze.
Don't worry about it.
Do I take another 10?
So you take another 10 damage as this Bloodstone Sentinel, after slashing you, immediately siphons your blood out of your body directly with hemophage magic.
Jesus. That's uncomfortable.
Don't like that. Don't like it at all.
With that, you can see part of its body mend back together, but at the same time you see the muscles start to grow and intensify on its body.
Stop it.
Zircon, roll me a wisdom saving throw. Actually, let me double check something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no.
Creatures you can see.
Roll me a wisdom saving, because the dark stare would require it, but being within the mist, you are fine. God damn, you guys are champions against fear.
Yeah.
With advantage. Whatcha?
Oh, that's definitely fucking instant.
Smack. I'd like it to make a dexterity saving throw for me. DC 14.
Yeah, your damage still is -1 on it.
I know, because my Nugget is damaged.
I thought we fixed that.
No.
We were in town. Why didn't we fix that?
I don't know.
That's a good question. So, I mean, you're not far. You can go back or try Stratham.
Everyone time.
So, it definitely definitely fails.
Oh, it's knocked prone then, and it requires all of its movement to stand back up.
Alright.
That is my bullshit. Where is it? I can put it up for you. There you go.
Ah!
It gets really bad later. Knocked down. And I'll use my second attack on it now. Oh my god!
That will miss as the blood smacks you away from the shimmering blue sheen of its lair.
Perfectly reasonable. I will hold my ground.
Alright.
Yeah, Crab Steel is on the ground.
I was gonna go for the skilly boy, but this is too juicy.
Have you made a wisdom save yet, Crumsteel?
Yeah, it was like the first one
Alright, yeah, you good.
from this boy.
Yep, that was right, go.
He's purring.
Fuck him up.
Oh,
He's purring across like this distance.
Pretty much.
Just push him in. Back him up against the rock. Stab him.
Whack!
Yeah.
Just smite.
That's a smiting. Level 2 divine smite.
Don't
Is
forget
he a
your-
fiend?
Yes, he is. He's the fiend from the center of the stone.
That's 4d8. Here we go.
Oh my god.
I set this up for you.
As you just fucking come over, just one fell strike, just... You see this huge burst of radiant energy from the center out, just... Actually part the blood and fucking consecrate the ground for a brief moment before the creature can barely reform for a moment and actually starts to recoil from Cromsteel.
It's like, oh fuck.
Well, I raise my great sword up again and I bring it down. Second attack.
Oh,
Fuck him up.
be that roll.
I will smite again, but it will be a small smite.
Right. Alrighty. Another heavy strike. You can see this thing barely held together from the last of the hemocraft that it has. Will that be all, Cromsteel?
And for a bonus action, I'll cast Sanctuary on Relics.
Ooh.
Now I'm done.
Alrighty.
Just fucking ass.
It's Beast Boy. Let me double check. Alright. in a very demented form. You can hear it mimicking Leoris. Don't worry, my magic will protect you. As it starts slamming its claws down at you.
Jesus.
No magic.
An 18 and a 14 to hit you, Relax.
Relax has
Both hit.
sanctuary
I-
burst.
I do.
For
I just did that.
oh, that's right.
Ah, thank
So the first one would be a 14, and then the second one.
Wisdom saves.
Oh, that's right. Wisdom.
you. You just
All right.
say anything.
Oh, well, that is always such a good spell, as it can not hit you,
It's so good.
and then it will move to Leoris.
It's a pretty good bonus action.
And then, well, 14 would not hit Leoris, so after those main swings there, nothing. Leoris, you heard this thing mimicking your voice.
That's fine. First of all, bonus action. Oh, good. My sheet broke. Reopen.
You didn't need it.
Yeah, of course I didn't. Oh wait, hang on, he's prone. Does a 15 hit the big boy?
The big guy laying on the ground? Yes, it does.
Okay. Take 7 force damage.
How do you want to do this?
Oh, I left him on 7.
Aww.
I was not expecting that to kill him. I mean, the sword, which was originally like up at his head level, just turns and drops straight down into his chest.
Alright. That just finally dissipates and can't keep the flowing current anymore. Just slowly starts to spread over the whole ground. The flowing blood warms your feet.
I did my part.
Is it just like a skeleton that's being like held up by blood?
It's
Is that
as
what that
if a
was?
skeleton was made from a flowing current of fresh, hot blood.
Oh, so it's just blood. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Just drink it, Mo.
Nah.
Grab a straw.
Straw, just suck it off the ground. What?
Swing at the one in front of me.
Alright. Alrighty. Upon striking that creature, you can see a huge gout of blood come pouring out of its body in retaliation against your own blade. And it will absorb 7 of that damage, cutting it in half, and becomes resistant to your slashing.
Alright, that's weird.
Reactive blood.
Blood.
Alrighty. And then these bloody bones. Weirdly enough, even though it's not a warforged, sounding exactly like Chrome Steel. The sanctuary watches over you. And then it's going to immediately start slamming its claws at you.
Hey,
Hey, that's my
Mocking
line.
him. What did you say to me?
Alright, a 23 to hit you, Chrome Steel.
yep.
For 9 slashing damage. Other one misses and goes wide as you're able to parry it and block it away.
The protection from good and evil is gone.
Gonna make my way over here. Making my way. Making my way. Get my tasty advantage and all with this guy.
Fuck him up. Alright, that definitely hits.
Does the 14 hit?
That definitely will, and he'll use his reaction on that as the blood will reach out and start plating over and give him resistance to bludgeoning damage, and he will reduce that first one by 2. As you slam through his body anyway. And even with that, he's not able to fucking really... no. The first one, he'll fucking eat the 10, and then the second one, he's barely alive from that as you crack through most of his body. You can hear the sick crunch of bone anyway, even with the blood trying to protect it.
I'm a big boy with a... I'm swinging a big rock.
Yeah, you have a rock on a stick.
I got a rock on a stick. That's what I'm good at.
Metal rock on a stick.
It's got a bomb.
He's got a gun.
What the fuck? Doesn't have a bomb.
Ah,
Big old chunk of time. That'll do.
Huh? Relax.
you know what? Why not? Pudding time.
Ah! No, please!
Comes with free bugbear.
It comes with free bugbear. His image is great. Yeah.
That's an ogre, sir.
It's something.
Alrighty, fuck him up.
No? It's not going.
There it is.
Oh, there we go.
Good lord.
To the back.
Crushing into his back. And then... God. Well, he's not wearing armor, but still fucking crushes and burns away his flesh. The blood disappears. Tasty.
I don't know if that's tasty, but... Oh,
Bless you. Bless you again.
he's into it. Anyways, I exist.
This one, well, it's just gonna claw wildly, one at Nisri and one at Cal. One at Nisri will miss, the one at Cal will be 19 to hit.
Yep.
For 7 slashing.
Yeah, I can't do anything against that.
And with that, you can hear this one that just struck you quickly, mockingly. Look over there, the blood! It decorates the land.
I've never met a dead guy who talks so much. No, just gonna continue beating the shit out of the one between me and you, stream.
Those definitely hit. Immediately crush into this boy. The final crack, you actually see that the center of it gives way. As it smacks down into the stone beneath it, you can see his body start to melt away, like Tazar's did. Still a few pieces remaining. Some form of magic.
Alright. I'll turn and face the one next to me. And flurry of blows. So... Pew, pew.
Alrighty. Alright. Especially dead. Can't even resist that kind of damage. As you just start crushing through.
I like kill the one in front of me, and then the second my eyes lock on to the one next to me, my fucking ghosty fist just slams straight into it.
Just see a huge arc of blood just matter across the stairs behind it.
Okay, I get to find out if this
this thing quickly uprighting itself after being smashed into the face by the two ghost arms is going to try and claw you twice. First one will miss, but the other one will be a 23 for 10 slashing damage.
Yikes.
Zircon.
Okay, smack, smack.
Brother.
Bang!
Oh!
Bang!
Alright, well, God, it'll try and reduce what it can for that, and its reaction and become resistant to piercing.
Okay, now I do bludgeoning. I use a key point and smack it twice. Smack, smack.
Absolute devastation.
Crunch and crunch. Oh, very low damage rolls.
Alrighty. So, two more solid hits, as you can see that the blood itself on these amalgamations are trying to adapt to whatever situation might be coming at it and soften the blows, but especially with you guys switching back and forth, they seem confused and unable to keep up.
Good, good. Keep up the pressure.
Ready for this?
Now it's slashing. You went through all 3 damage types of the physical kind. Fuck!
So, 5 temp HP if you didn't have any temp HP already.
5.
Another solid 12 slashing as you crush into it. You can hear it. My sanctuary.
That's my line. I'm done.
This one's going to try and put one in Leor's and then turn around and slap the ooze. Oh boy.
Unacceptable.
Oh boy. They're both crits.
Oh my god.
Well, it takes 1d8 damage for slapping me.
Excellent. For Leoris, you take a grand total of 11 damage, and the slime time takes 12.
It opened up its third eye, apparently.
Fulgor!
Fogondo!
Leoris.
Bonus action. Spiritual weapon moves over to here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that was kind of a crap attack.
And unfortunately, that will miss.
For me, I will swap to my short sword.
Fucking definitely hits to crush him with the damage. That was solid 8 piercing. Just smash through the fucking resistance of this blood. Just you could see it tried to react to slashing and absorb it, but with the piercing of the short sword, you're actually able to get straight through its vitals. The bloody bones. At the one in between Chromestein and Zircon, you can hear it shift its voice once again. Don't worry, get around behind it. We'll take it on. Now, one at Crom and one Zircon. One for Crom will miss, the other one for Zircon will be a 21 to hit. And 8 slashing
will.
damage. Or, oh,
Attempt to deflect it.
alright.
Wait, no, wrong one.
19.
No, I only just fail.
Just shy.
Just shy. So how much was it?
8 slashing, my good man.
8. Boink. Yeah.
And then Nistri.
Neil said in the games room if he's back by his turn just to smack a skeleton with his hammer.
Alright. I mean, somebody's got to stay with the cart.
Yeah, totally.
One of these skeletons might have tried to steal it if you didn't know we had somebody by the cart. I'm like, I'm getting out of here.
What if somebody cast, like, Thunderwave and just fucking destroyed it? Or... Don't worry, that's the Bloodstones. No.
Copy those rolls.
Hell yeah, Batman. Batman. Relics.
Oh, it's already my turn. I was drinking.
Dimitri gets a temp.
Congratulations, Mystery.
Plus
I give him some ladder for pseudo pop.
lather him up. Oh!
I like how we've all paired up with our own skeleton.
Yeah. It's quite beautiful.
Till death do us part.
Not that. He slapped down, and for a brief moment, you see squirming before when Relics pulls back. There is no more skeleton. Consumed. Will you remain there?
I don't think I have much of a choice whether or not I eat it. You know, it's like it. I'll go on over here menacingly.
The pink pudding gets 9 temp health.
Hmm?
I can unarmed strike as like an action.
Yes, you can.
Alright, so I'm gonna just all of these with my ghosty fisties.
Decimate him. The 12 will miss. Oh my god, just fucking destroy him anyway. Matter the blood everywhere. The remainders snap in half. Crunches into the ground.
They got that one. I'll just step back from the Pentagon.
Alright. Zircon.
That's right. It's Zircon time. Smack, smack.
That's definitely a hit. Fuck him up.
Whack and thwack. Shit.
Zerk.
Pierce damage, my boy.
Piercing damage. He still has resistance.
Ah, but can he resist this? Key point. Double smack.
Oh no.
Crunch. Then crunch.
As you smash him into the ground with the last of that.
Yes.
With that, as you watch these bodies, part of the flesh melting away, the bones still there, bleeding blood for a few more seconds. Finally, stops geysering.
That was weirder than I thought it would be.
It certainly was.
Why did they mimic us?
I really couldn't say.
And why do they taste so terrible?
I really don't think you should eat those.
That is your fault.
How did you fit that whole thing, like, in you?
I just kind of expand outwards using my core. Kind of hurts a little bit.
Oh, we fed mixture to the core.
Thank you.
Finally, there's peace.
Well, do you think this counts as destroying the stone?
I think it definitely does, but just to be safe, Zircon, would you mind snapping it in half?
Sure. I will do that. I will bend and break the rest of the container.
Lucky man.
No, you're the fiend.
You have been chosen.
So, welcome back. We've sacrificed you.
Okay.
So, with that, you spend a moment to snap and shatter the rest of the bloodstone pillar in the ground where it's been planted. At that point, you can feel the rest of the runestones all around kind of rupture for a moment, as you see small distinct cracks in them before the glow stops. For all the runestones that were still active that finally dimmed from their glow of the hemophage magic, you start to see blood start dripping out of every runestone that was still active, that just fell silent.
Okay, now we definitely broke it.
Are you satisfied?
Very.
Yeah, that looks good.
I walk over to this dirt. How good are my ghosty force punchy hands at digging holes?
Considering its force damage, I would imagine extraordinarily. Like,
Okay,
full excavator.
yeah, I do like slashing at the ground because it lasts 10 minutes. So I'm gonna dig a bit of a hole.
Alright, so as you start...
About corpse size.
Alright. So, you start digging a corpse-sized hole, probably about 4 or 5 feet down, like a grave a little bit. Even before you get past like the first top layer of soil where the grass has grown over, you just start pulling bone after bone after bone, and chain and pieces of weapon and more bone. You're not sure how many bodies you come across, but there's so many pieces here that you can easily guess, even just for the top layer that you've kind of shoveled through, there's probably a good 5 mixed in.
Yeah, you know what? After I discover that, I'll just stop digging. I was gonna bury them, but it doesn't seem like the place for it.
Alright. And Crumbsteel, go ahead and roll me investigation and survival.
I'm not good at either of those.
So he says.
Doesn't be too bad.
Not bad.
So you're looking at the dirt here. This looks recent. Like something had upheaved itself. Not like it's been purposely dug up by something up above, but like the dirt has been pushed away. That something rose out of the dirt from it.
Like days or hours ago.
With that, especially for the survival, you're guessing it's likely because this dirt still seems fresh. A little dry, but the moment you kind of like move it aside, you can still see it's still kind of the fresh, wet kind of dirt from like it's been stuck under the surface for a while. Probably only a few days is the length that it took you to deliver Thorcum and return back to here.
Perhaps this was the thing that Cal saw.
He says, 40 feet away from my words.
I'm going to tell you this when I go back. Is there anything in the grave, or is it simply empty?
For that, it's just simply empty.
Alright.
Just see a few other bones and such, but obviously those are closer graves.
It's possible that that more than empty grave used to contain the thing that you saw walking around the other night.
I assume there was one of these, and I'll point towards one of the dead skeletons.
Yes, not the fiend, but one of the minor blood skeletons.
These things sort of have very similar consistency to our old friend Tazir.
I wonder why this one left.
Maybe it was Tazir. Maybe he like buried himself and it enhanced his physiology in some way. Because if he was so similar, he wouldn't be entirely out of the question. Isn't Tazar not Tazir? Are we calling the wrong person?
Tazar.
Yeah.
That was my own fuck up originally.
Yeah, and then we all jumped on it because honestly, Tazir sounds way more fun to say than Tazar.
Well, there is a character named Tazir, and it's the robot Makey Man.
Yeah, I know, but Tazir still sounds so much better to say. I want to say Tazir.
Well, I don't think Tazar would have. Just doesn't sit right with me.
Well, good work, everyone. Cromstill, that spell he did to me was pretty cool. They definitely didn't like it.
Yeah, and the big one certainly didn't like the smiting.
I wanted to smite too.
Good gang up, Mistri Zircon. Very well executed.
Very good teamwork.
Alright, good pat on the back, short rest, and let's keep going.
Have a big
To Stratham.
strategic hand.
Pronounce it.
I'd like to take a tiny little bit of the broken up pillar.
Alright. Well, it's easy enough. We can find a piece that has a not a perfect runestone remainder, but still pretty close to it. Giant symbol.
Nice.
Your kleptomania will be our undoing.
Yeah, it's not kleptomania. I just like playing with things, man. Right?
That sounds like kleptomania.
Hey, don't hate on me because I'm a klepto.
You got a license for them runestones?
You got a license for that blood magic runestone you're carrying?
Maybe. Got a magic wand for me?
Flashbang.
Ah! Alrighty. Back to the cabbage jetty.
Alright, kill demon lord side
Ah.
quest complete.
Wrong.
Wrong one,
oh,
wrong
no.
one, wrong one. Clip it, clip it, clip that! Somebody clip that!
Don't worry. I wasn't looking at it. Just you guys.
Oh wait, yeah.
Let's go!
Alright. So, as you return back to Yazida and the cart, obviously keeping watch on things and looking a little concerned as you come back covered in blood all over.
We return. Did anybody try to mug you?
No. Thankfully, no bears either. She just like looks dumbfounded at you guys, like just positively fucking coated in blood.
It is not ours.
The bloodstone was full of blood.
We killed some sort of blood fiend.
It was, as its name suggests, quite bloody.
So much blood. Everything you break the stone, blood. You hit the zombie, blood.
The zombies throw blood at you.
Blood clouds, but I couldn't see those.
Demon, blood.
Fiends.
It's a lot of blood.
Got it in the chest, peeing blood.
Wait, what?
What?
You need to go to the doctor.
Right. Well, as long as everyone is still breathing, I guess.
Yes.
We are fine.
Good. So. With that, she'll help those who want it, clean up. With
Is
that.
there any sort of water nearby we can use?
There isn't really a body of water other than maybe a pond, or if you want to go back towards Creekmont, both are still a good travel away.
Can you please mention Under Creek Mount the third time?
I'll just... tomorrow I will prepare create or destroy water. And make sure
Sounds
that
good.
will clean off properly.
Doesn't prestidigitate.
Ooh, hang on. I look at the sky. Does it look
Yes,
rainy?
if someone has it.
Looks around.
That was an out of character question.
Rylance? Do you
No.
have? Damn. Okay. Never mind.
I mean, that was an out of character answer. I wouldn't actually know.
So,
Does it look like it might rain soon?
for the weather, it does look like it might rain soon. So, probably be
Yes. Also, what moons are visible?
for the current moons that are visible. Let me pull on the chats here.
Checking the mythological charts.
The metaphysical and the invisible. What? Alrighty. So, those would be the first moon, you mean, would be getting on its third quarter. Hofalar is on a waning crescent. Zymoon seems to be on a new moon. Where is it? Grenmundis is getting close to full.
Oh boy, it's time to take advantage of the farming, guys.
Alright, let's stop traveling. We need to set up a corn farm. Come on, gang.
Gotta get that farm on. Farm on.
So anyway, guys, we might be in luck. The clouds seem like they might give us rain sometime.
Well, that is nice, at least. Refreshing.
Yeah. I feel like the clothes are gonna get pretty crusty. Depending how much blood is on them.
Hmm.
So. As you get closer to your destination, let's see, because it'll still be a few more days, you're finally able to set up camp at the roadside, which you can tell as Yazida is looking a touch worried, but obviously is still being mindful to kind of keep a stiff upper lip still, as well as I think I'll keep watch first.
Are you sure?
You look like you all could definitely use a rest.
Very well then. Just wake one of us up when you feel you are getting tired.
Of course.
Getting tired.
Getting tired.
I call this tent.
I call no tent this time.
He wishes to soak in the rain.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Let's go stand outside in the rain for a little bit.
I look up to Yazida.
Yes, Cal?
Have you ever driven a cart before?
Can't say that I have. There would be more on the...
Shit.
I mean, I could definitely give it a try. Like I said, I've served a large portion on the ocean. I know how to sail a boat.
Can
Wow.
you sail a cart?
It's the same thing. Well, if you ever find a boat between here and Zonewell, you're in charge.
Well, we might find the one Crumb steal the oars for assistant on seeing leave the port.
Let's hope not.
Right? Okay.
Well, they seemed like fine people, but also seemed like a bit of a scam.
I could believe that, considering that they actually have something like that. It's not something comes cheap.
Well, just do a little salute and walk off.
Rest well, Cal. giant rune stones. Don't worry, I had this guy already ready to go.
He's back! He's back!
Oh, they keep away.
So, in the more peaceful areas of these lands, you can see that, especially on the roadside, it's very well traveled in these directions. The rocky cracks themselves and these small floating isles are still a fairly welcoming sight. Doesn't seem to be rather like too unnerving. Other than the occasional sight that you see of what seems to be larger creatures flying about, the most discernible that you assume to be maybe hippogriffs that are passing through the area. There is easily a mark where you can see and collect enough firewood for the camp over the night. And as you are kind of taking yourselves in and the rain does start to kind of pour down, and you do get a chance to wash yourself off while also trying to make sure the fire remains stoked well enough to keep you all warm for the night. You can see that even the lizards are kind of just sitting there and just basking in the rain as it falls down, just kind of shut their eyes and start to nod off. You can see Yazida looking back and forth between the camp and the surrounding area, just kind of taking it all in. The one horn that was given back to her is currently strapped to her side. Eventually it'll come in before everyone goes to sleep, and just kind of nodding everyone know. So, what exactly have you been bumping into out there? You seem to keep finding some kind of, well, dangerous situation as far as I can tell from the previous description of the last town you're in. Consistent bounty hunting throughout the various townships?
I look up. Is she talking to someone specifically?
Pretty much all of you.
Well, I'm just trying to get home. This has been a rather strange set of circumstances.
Have I told her one of you?
Not at all.
Right. And it shall remain that way.
Nice.
And so it shall be.
So be it.
So are you asking, you want to know more about what's been happening, or are you just asking why we seem to run into trouble constantly?
Kind of just what's happening. You seem to be pursuing something that, I guess, to a lot of the average person would not really be discernible as trouble or even notable, but you've been driving out what seems to be a lot of evil.
Well, a lot of it is directed to the reason why I originally came north in the first place. People were, I guess to phrase it most succinctly, they're misusing the gifts of my god. Although the trail's basically at a dead end now. Both of them died before them really telling me anything useful.
So, you're pursuing a group that is mismanaging the power of a supposed god.
Supposed.
Well, I can't say, like, I'm not being dismissive of it, but is the physical form really here?
I guess you are correct. They are mismanaging the power. I ended up meeting the rest of them, and we were in Aylesbury, and they ended up helping me, which, of course, turned out to be a lot harder to do what we've done just by myself.
I see. It's boogie time. Boogie. Let's see. So it's a lot to take in on that, but are you trying to prevent them, guide them, as well as even, kind of looks towards Crom Steel. Even yourself, Crom Steel seem to be a rather unique situation. You all seem to have your purposes. Well, Mr. Festering is obviously heading home, but seem to kind of be drawn to doing better.
I'm traveling around, writing evil, looking for a friend. You could say that I'm here now because I came to this land with 0 allies, and now I have you all.
It's actually a nice note.
You looking for a friend or looking for a friend?
Friend of a friend.
So you're actually searching for someone.
Deadpan look at you and say, yes.
I mean, I meant are you just here to make friends?
A little bit of column A, column B.
I can't read you very well. You're a little,
Is that you tapping on me?
That's me
Just-
tapping on my microphone because it's made of metal.
Ah.
A little steel-faced.
Well, sometimes it helps.
Well, as I wring out my shirt, definitely jealous of the fact you don't have to deal with this shit.
That also has its ups and downs. I cannot feel the warm embrace of a hug.
Oh, buddy.
Not that I want that.
No. Come here.
That is unnecessary. Stop.
just hugging him.
Surely this is uncomfortable for you.
No,
Okay.
my muscles protect me. Just the back pats. Just... Except it's... Ugh.
Definitely say. I don't think I would ever meet a kinder group of people than yourselves.
Well, I tried to be kind at least.
It's so easy to be kind. It's very surprising that most people are not. Not most, but some.
See, we're pretty average on the kind scale.
I guess for some. So, Sircon, what is your family home like? I know, can't really describe it in detail, but kind of like the busy life of, well, I would imagine it hasn't always been all rules and such. I'm sure there's been some fun and interest.
Not particularly. Most of my upbringing was to benefit the Rasterum family. So my learning and understanding, everything I was taught, was to either protect myself or to eventually take over the business. And being who I am, and made of what I am, I could not be afforded to go out without some form of security, or to be allowed out of sight.
I see. Sorry. I guess.
It's alright.
Guess I kind of imagine growing up that rich was kind of more of the fantasy life.
Not really. There is no gold that my family owns that could afford to buy the happiness I wish to find. It is simply something I must seek out myself. And truly, these are the first friends I've ever really made by myself.
Oh, come here. You big scaly lug.
All made of granite.
It's very rocky, actually.
You big rocky lug. I'm just out here finding my place in the world. And making friends.
I suppose I could be saying the same.
Nice.
Well, I know you tend to be more reserved, Calb. What about you?
Well, at first I was just here to follow him. No, not towards Zircon. Someone obviously trained him, and I'd like to meet him. But can't say that I don't enjoy my time with you people.
I like how you hesitated before saying people.
Yeah, any reason for that?
I understand if you don't exactly want to say. I know a lot of drow lives are hard.
I already said. I'm here to follow him.
All right.
And, maybe if I do enough favors for him, he can help me out.
It's understandable. Especially with the reputation his family gathers. There's only about 4 or 5 assassination attempts just in one city?
I'll look towards Zircon.
What?
Whoever trained you, I'd like to meet them.
That would be my mother. Which, in the coming days, I'm sure you will meet.
If they taught you what you know, I think I could learn a bit from them. From her.
Just dodge.
Just dodge.
And you, Leoris? Traveling to see the world as well?
Not exactly, no. I was sent out by my order to assist Aylesbury. And it just sort of led here.
Just kind of following your heart then, whenever help is really needed then.
In a way, yes. I'm doing my part to try and improve the image of my kind. A lot of people don't trust us, you see.
Mm. It's hard to beat a assumptions by many people. I do hope you are able to change a lot of people's minds.
I want to say I think I'm doing pretty good so far, but I mean, Aylesbury was already just so welcoming. It feels like I didn't really need to do much there.
Either way, I'm sure they will remember it and treasure it immensely.
Hope so. It was a hell of a fight.
I'm going to patrol around a little bit more and maybe collect some extra firewood.
Alright. If you want to do that, I'll take a couple of steps closer so I can give a bullshit dark vision.
Hell yeah.
I see everything.
Lens flare.
Takes this blessing.
Just kind of blinks a few times, getting used to it, like, how? Is this how you always see things?
Yes, it is.
Kind of like holds up a hand towards the fire. It's blinding almost.
It can be, yes. Just imagine what it's like in the daytime.
Oh. Yes, I'm definitely thankful that I have normal vision that doesn't pierce the night like this.
Well, that one only lasts about an hour.
Then I better make use of it. So, we'll see here. Head on out and start collecting firewood. Obviously, able to enjoy the rain for the rest of the night. So,
Would you like us to do some watch rolls?
if anyone would be watching.
I will watch Lemaire.
I'm watching the whole night.
As he sinks into the ground again.
Solid.
It's comfortable. I will do it.
Is it?
Yes.
How do you breathe under there?
Don't need to.
What?
It's a spell.
You do though.
Does the spell say provides you oxygen? I feel like that there's a significantly inhibited airflow inside of rock.
Yeah, it
but
makes no sense that
still
this is
breathe
also a
just fine.
regular spell.
It doesn't say anything about breathing.
Yeah, you tell him, Lyra.
I know, which is weird.
Lyra.
The spell lasts for up to 8 hours, but most people don't last more than a few minutes, because they fucking breathe.
I mean, crop steal, you could do it forever.
I'm not made of rock.
God, imagine just like sitting in a room and like there's like a rock and then all of a sudden a warforged climbs out of the rock. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Excuse me, sir.
Do you have a license for that?
Alrighty. So, as those who do keep watch, gotta study out and listen. Occasionally hear what sounds like a chime about every 20 minutes, kind of just echoing through the rocky areas and the hovering platforms and plateaus. For those who kind of sit there and trying to pick in on what exactly is causing the sound, you eventually see what appears to be one small crystal that is sticking out, and the occasional rotation of one small island that glances it with another boulder, and just kind of gives a soft echoing hum through this little valley. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be much else causing sound, and every other creature seems to be avoiding the rain for the time being. You're able to just relax and just kind of listen to the very peaceful mountain ranges and floating isles as they occasionally just chime together. After quite a bit of time, it starts to break towards the morning. The rain still continues to be heavy. You do see that Yazida is asleep inside the cart, kind of making sure that it's watched over and that the lizards don't get any wise ideas of wandering off on their own. So, sugar. I need more sugar. So, breaking camp in the morning, having a nice breakfast with the rations that you have. Able to start pursuing your way towards Stratham again.
We continue. With no more blood demon side quests.
Yeah, that was
For
enough.
now.
We're good.
I'm receiving a call from a distressed person. They say they have a sewer demon they need cleaned up.
Demons everywhere!
Why is it always the dirty demons? Why can't we fight a nice clean demon?
Why can't we fight like a soap bandit who beats you and cleans you at the same time?
Why?
He beats crime just like grime.
He's got a soap hammer.
So bad.
Oh no, it's just Mr. Clean's gang.
Ajax.
Oh my god.
Clean does massive damage based on how dirty you are.
Mr. Clean and Ajax come for your ass.
There's
No!
nothing called Ajax.
The twin soap gods.
We're gonna scrub you clean, boy.
And then Mr. Scrubber comes around the corner behind you.
I'm Scrubber the Rubber Boy. So, especially the long distance between Creekmont and Stratham, pursuing even further on. Do take note of obviously the few bits of wildlife you occasionally see here and there. Able to catch sight of a fox or a deer once in a while. Mostly larger birds. That is probably the best game that you can see. Some that look to be fairly sizable. If you were to catch one, probably be close to 50 pounds for some. You're not sure exactly what these birds are, but they seem to have magnificent plumes that kind of cover over their body, and when their feathers occasionally spread whenever they seem to realize that they've kind of been spotted, fan out and almost match the coloration of that other rock, where it's kind of like a mix of gray and green over their feather and plumage. Occasionally disappear when you try and keep track of them until they get further into the rocky crags. Towards the end of the day, you start to catch sight of what seems to be an interesting spot to probably camp out for the night. End up coming upon a smaller hovel that looked like it's been kind of abandoned.
Oh, this is an interesting spot.
And then, let's see.
They've got a magic rock garden.
I am intrigued.
Hey.
So go on, it's your people.
What?
Oh my.
He can't look, he's blind.
Lamau, double whammy.
Get got, nerd.
Error.
It's such just a backhanded sort of a look at you.
What the fuck?
Not only can he not see them, you're just like, oh look, some rocks.
Yeah, you're like, look, there's your people. I'm like, what? And then I get a little bit closer. I'm like, they are rocks. Where are my people?
Just
So, as you kind of pull over into the side of the road for the time, just check things out, you can see that there is two small vegetable patches there that have clearly been recently planted. The small rock wall and kind of makeshift wood fencing that's still there has obviously been there for quite a bit of time, and the remainders of the, well, tattered home looks like the few pieces that are still stable obviously remain, but also what looks like recent crates and other items that have been kind of left or remain there. You can clearly see what looks like somebody's pack, as well as a crate of what appears to be jars, as well as a fresh barrel that looks like it's still currently tapped. As you get closer, you can actually hear the rock garden in the back. Each of these crystals, like you had heard before, except instead of the 20-minute intervals, it's every few seconds, about 30. It sounds like the very soothing sound of a wind chime almost, except the few crystal shards that have been broken off and terminated from the main clusters seem to continue to rotate around what seems to be the most uniquely prismatic colored stone that seems to be set upon the other various ones as well. Each one just kind of giving a soft and beautiful thrum and hum as it continues its rotation around these, each one continuously colliding with the other crystal node that's seemingly been purposely placed there, though by who we have not been able to find yet. As for the other part of the hut, you do see what looks like that was possibly an old chicken coop that has been just kind of weathered away and desiccated over time, just like the main building here. The floorboards remain. Most of the grass has overtaken it, but still looks like somebody's been trying to reclaim it over time recently, especially with the garden.
Looks like someone's house.
Maybe a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean,
This is
most
fresh.
people don't. Doesn't have any walls though.
Oh, right. Just the
Pointing at
vegetable
the
patch
gardens.
There we go.
Yeah, the gardens themselves are recent. Those are still. Actually, go ahead and roll me a survival as well. So
Sure.
survival or nature. So definitely with that.
19, but
You can easily tell that these are still fresh and springing. Somebody has recently planted these, and only within like the last 2 weeks has it fully grown to this size. Somebody's definitely living here.
yeah. Come on, Grum. Someone's definitely here.
Is anybody here?
You an immediate response. What do you want?
We are passers-by. We were simply intrigued by your hovel.
And
Bringing rocks, maybe?
Zircon, you actually know this person as actually a very young man, as far as you could tell from the stature and size of him.
Oh, because I can
Is
see him.
standing right there, invisibly, and he's got a bow and arrow that he's getting ready to knock back.
I do not understand why you are brandishing that bow, but we can talk. We are just passing through. Why are you in such a defensive manner?
How do you see me?
I do not see. I feel.
I guess.
So, with that, you'd see for a brief moment he shuffles a little bit nervously, but so at first for the rest of you, even though Zircon could see him perfectly with his own vision, eventually kind of drops, and you can see what seems almost like a trick of light kind of disappear. And Cal, you recognize this kind of trick.
Oh.
I will be going to whisper you real quick.
Probably some monk shit. stride.
We're
Can you not-
dead.
Can you not see them?
No.
Did they not appear?
They just revealed themselves as you see that there
Ah.
seemed to be like a trick of light, as somehow he managed to do that to hide himself.
Cole just chuckle.
We come in peace.
And just to showing the young half elf before you.
I'll hop off the cot.
Let's go say hi to the new friend.
Dave, Lord.
Hello, Dave Lore.
Wait, they actually look very young,
Mm-hmm.
like a child.
Yep. There.
Where are your parents?
You like to be a bad boy.
I'm glad you said that. So I didn't have to.
My name's Davlor, and kind of had to stay out here on my own. Not exactly welcome in any towns, but if you want to post up or even trade, I guess. You, not gonna lie, I was kind of spooked by, well, your metal friend there. There's a few that I've seen that seem less amiable. There's one other that I met who was a good talking to, but
Please tell me more.
he too was traveling around for the shield and sword. What? Didn't really talk like the ones before. He wasn't angry. He was actually kind of happy. He didn't really seem to be worried about well, me, I guess, other than just making sure I was safe.
Why would others be worried about you?
I don't, that wouldn't really be matter at all. Yazida will start pulling the cart around for a moment, just to get the...
Glad Yazida can drive.
But she
Yes.
can't.
They're just giant.
Crashes into his house.
Shit.
Don't you
Crashes
got-
it into
Look, the
you.
lizard's driving it sideways.
She's like, she Tokyo drifts into his garden.
No, my food source.
I've been to this place before.
You need like a spare axle or wheel. I mean, I've still got supplies. I make a few here and there when I got time. Even if you're looking for a good hunting ground or game, I know there, before Stratham, there's a nice shrine to stop off and well, leave a prayer and enjoy the hot spring.
This warforged fellow you met before, they have an emblem like this. I show him the emblem of the Iron Father.
Yeah, he occasionally still comes out, and he's got a few at Stratham along with him now.
Recently, he is at Stratham.
Yes, he's angered quite a few people. they don't like it when he comes out to talk to me quite often, but he still insists on it. Probably would be coming out not too far out from now, but says he's trying to guide people to, you know, kind of be better and, well, free those who don't really deserve what they've been kind of locked to.
Yes.
And Crumbsteel, you can see that even though he's kind of put away the bow, he does keep the one hand that you saw previously definitely bandaged kind of off to the side and trying to keep it out of sight, but it's very clear that from his body like context that he's trying to keep that out of sight.
I thank you for the information.
Is there a reason you're still here, Davor?
I don't really have a choice. I mean, I could go farther south towards the other town, but I don't exactly want to be closer to warm thoughts. They hunt.
That's understandable.
Would they hunt you?
Oh, I see. I'm gonna know what's going on here.
Actually, sorry, I missed what he said just over there. So.
Is that heresy that I hear?
You can see he's like scanning over all of you, like very distinctly, and it could clearly tell that Cal is the only one that's really picked up on what he recently did. I am an infused.
Confused.
I guess since, especially since none of you really seem to know. And he kind of looks at Zircon like wondering if Zircon's infused as well or not, but I guess the best way I could describe it is like I'm an unstable Ganassi.
Wait, it's a kid is saying that he's an unstable Ganassi?
Like, see, I have a greater deal of control over wind, but sometimes we'll get a little out of control, and there's not a lot of love for our kind. We don't have Ganassi bloodlines, and occasionally those of us who do show up are usually either killed or lucky excommunicated. I've been living out here amongst the floating crystals and the Prisma rocks.
So you were excommunicated for having different blood.
I mean, in a way, I guess it's still dangerous. I try to control it best as I can. Sometimes it goes awry.
So you are similar to myself, just not to the same extent.
No, I mean, you look like you were natural born to it. Excuse me, like, you can see he, like, even gets a little nervous and kind of steps back from the crowd.
I'll make like a little dirt mound here and just sit on it.
at that point, he just to show, he takes a little bit of the bandage off of his right arm, and you could see what looks almost like spell scarring, except it's just the same concentration of kind of like elemental air. You've seen, or well, for Zircon, you can sense like the shift of his veins in that area kind of read different, like they thrum with a different pulse of life, almost to the nature of this area. For the rest of you, you do see that there is kind of the almost a cloud-esque tint to the rest of his skin where it veins out up to the base of his fingertips.
It is
cool.
very impressive.
It's useful for hunting. I mean, helps manipulate arrows, especially if I get a little rambunctious in my shot. But not a lot of people take too kind when an infused uses their abilities regularly. I still occasionally blow things out. Kind of points to some of the walls that he's been trying to rebuild.
Oh. Well. Did you need help with that?
That would be fantastic. Are you an earth infused?
I am. Since the day of my birth. And I will stand up, and the little mound will fall away as I release it from its form. Kind of do like a little stomp, shift my arms like left and right, going in opposite directions, backwards and fucking. The wall rises up. It'll rise up, and it will fix itself.
I get pulled in as well.
You have a new door now. A new door.
And it's steel! Oh my god!
What is my purpose? You're a sentient door. Oh my god.
No. His willy is the knob.
This is wrong in an awesome way.
Just for that.
Thank you. Well, it's not much of a home, but it's still at least more defensible than possibly sleeping near an awakened crystal. You are more than welcome to come inside and stay for the night.
Well, how about I fix up the rest of your house for you first? That way you can at least be comfortable for a bit longer, too.
I'd like that. You can see he's like
not mind.
almost about to cry at the idea of actually having a full house again.
I'm gonna fix this boy's house. I'm gonna fix it so good. You know, I go around the house and I fix up the walls that he's broken down. I even add like support, like stone support beams that jut into the sides so he can't blow them out so easily again.
Also, you said you had something to trade.
Yes. There's quite a bit of well, I do some pickling. I've been able to do that, as well as collecting quite a few fruits from the areas. That's a little harder to get. It's a little easier when you can use the elemental air to kind of reach out to it and pull it down.
Well, I have no need for pickles.
Other than that, there are there are a few crystals that could be of benefit. I mean, I do collect a few, granted for my chime garden, but I'm more than happy to part with a few that I have in my recent collections. Bam.
Oh, see, that's even better.
Nice.
Get that good stone.
Yeah, fix that house.
It hath been done.
Get that fancy layout.
Next time I'll pimp my house.
Bam.
Well, it's got actual walls.
Next, you need to give him actual. Well, I guess you can't really give him actual flooring. You aren't a wood magician. You're a stone magician.
Like, hey, kid, you like meats? Little like game rabbits and stuff.
Yeah, I tried to catch a few. Unfortunately, I lost all my chickens.
Oh, fuck.
Not only am I an earthbender,
Just gonna-
I'm a chicken bender.
Just gonna trot off and go find some game. Go do some hunt.
Yeah, hunt that elk. It's right next to you.
You see, I have this elk.
Elkin John.
Okay, I think the session has to end it on that. It's all over.
Elkin John.
You can't just say that.
You can't make it better. There's nothing left.
Just gonna go like set some traps up and find some small game, hopefully.
Alrighty, go ahead and roll me a nature and a survival, just to see how well you wrangle up a few birds
Ah.
and such.
Nature. Go.
Ooh.
And survival. Oh. But I had the Outlander. I can be like I
That's
what's
actually,
the thing here?
That's true.
Yeah.
So that's just
Just find food and fresh water for yourself and up to 5 people each day.
alright.
Provided
So
the land offers berries, small game, water, and so
you don't even need to worry about it. You are actually able to catch actually quite a few birds. You're able to set out quite a few foot traps and be able to pick up a few alive, and some that the birds are not very smart. A few have gotten wrangled through the neck.
Oops.
hell yeah. I guess I'll be gone for like an hour or two. Like if we're staying here the night, I'm just gonna go do that.
I want to examine these crystals at the back too.
Alright.
Touch his meth.
Touch the meth. This for the crystals here. It is. You can tell that it would probably take a normal person or someone who's been here for quite some time. Quite a significant trial and error system of getting these chimes to play the tune that they're currently playing. Especially from the way you see that the pieces that have been broken off have been placed almost purposely. You can see that Cal is watching this over almost kind of with a familiarity, like he's seen this kind of work before, where it continues to synchronize going around the main prisma stone that seems to have a larger cluster that's been tucked underneath it, and then the other crystals that stand tall continue each time the various strikes of the elements kind of strike a soft tune, and you can see almost like soft pulse of the element in itself kind of just sing through this area, and it gives a unique color. Each time the color is struck by one of the various crystals, that color seems to scintillate over the prisma stone as well. All in this in itself is almost like a natural balance of elements and art in itself that kind of sings like the song of nature and the balance between the elements themselves.
Despite such a beautiful tone that it emits, you don't seem very happy. Is something wrong, Cal?
This is very dangerous for him to have here. Basically gives him away as an infused.
Perhaps. It seems as though he has worked meticulously to have it do what it does, bringing him at least some small comfort and joy.
Yes, but there's a reason he's here alone.
Why is that?
Well, I'll look you up and down. You may be infused, but you come from a good place. Out here in the world, the infused are hunted down and killed. There's a place to the south, Corroded Town. Met a fair few of them there. Basically refugees from all over. I'm surprised, honestly, this kid's still alive here. With this big signal right here.
What would you do if we could help him?
Anything? Like, take him with you?
I could offer that, but there is no chance, no guarantee that he'll come with us.
There's really nowhere safe for him.
No.
Even in the town I mentioned, it's been assaulted many times by Warrenthus.
I wasn't aware of any of this. I'm sorry.
I'm just surprised he managed to stay out here on his own without being hunted down.
It makes me surprised that I can go anywhere at all, looking the way I do.
Even I didn't really notice. Just assumed it was some sort of magic.
Magic in a sense, at least. It's outside my understanding anyway.
Well, I would suggest that he takes us down just for his own safety. But that's likely to set up as some sort of shrine of remembrance or something like that for his family.
We can offer to bring him with us, if it will make you feel better. And it would hopefully guarantee him some safety. I cannot guarantee that my family household would keep him for long,
gonna give him all my gold and tell him to go somewhere safer, but just not very much safe.
Gold does not guarantee safety, Cal.
Maybe Aylesbury.
Just think on it and what you want to do. And when you decide, I'll support you.
All right. It's his choice anyway.
It is. I will not force him to make a choice. Kind of put my hand on your shoulder as I walk past.
So, as you come around the corner, you can see, Leor's giving Devlor a hug, pretty tight one. As he kind of clearly nodding yes for a brief moment after hearing her whisper something in his ear. And you can actually see he's pretty happy to finally meet new friends, especially ones that are friends of ones he already knows that come to visit him regularly. One that Cromsteel clearly already knows.
Davlor,
Yeah.
have you ever considered going to Zonwell?
I mean, I would have to trek around Stratton, but, I mean, it's an idea. I don't exactly want to kind of leave the friends I have behind.
If we could guarantee your safety to get there, you could come with us.
Would there really be anywhere I could go there? I mean...
I could request that you stay with my family for a while, until you find that you have somewhere to go, or we find you different accommodation. Choice is yours.
I would need time to think about this if you're going to stay the night, then, and you could hear, like, his heart racing at the idea, almost like absolute terror of traveling even anywhere near Stratham.
Oh, I'm gonna all like fucking all 6'8" of my tall ass gonna kneel down and take one of his hands in both my hands. You can calm yourself. I understand that you would have fear for this thought, but you will not be hunted at our side.
Right. I guess, when we pass through, then I'd just be sure to find my friends and tell them where I'm going, so they don't have to worry about me anymore.
Of course. The choice is yours, though. You do not have to say yes.
Like I said, I mean, I'll think about it. It'd be kind of a shame to leave such a nice home behind.
It is nice. But out here it feels like you're not living. You're just surviving.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh boy, I'm bad at these. I have insulted.
Inspiration.
Oh yeah, I've got inspiration.
I
Let's
believe in
Come
you.
with me, coward.
I use my inspiration.
Oh,
It's
oh my.
Tom still whispers that advice and you try it. Come with me, coward.
pussy.
Come with me if you want to leave.
Get to the shop.
I mean, it'd be more like, come with me if you want to live. With that roll.
If you don't, we will kill you.
I'll kill you. I'll think about it. Definitely give you an answer in the morning before you leave. Please, I know it's not much, and it definitely helped me out with it. Could at least stay dry and warm inside.
Of course. Thank you for your hospitality.
I could not thank you enough. I'm honestly the one who should be thanking all of you. It's really been such a long time since I've met someone who wasn't trying to hunt me. The only other one was... Oh. The other paladin.
In the garage for my sister.
Just, please, come in. Walks inside, still a little sheepish. You can even see Yazida kind of clearly feels saddened for this young man who's kind of been banished to the outskirts of nowhere, literally in the middle between towns, to try and be as far as he can from people.
The world's no place isn't ours.
It always is.
I thought it'd be better.
We are doing our part to make it better.
I'll go get the taffy from the cart. This boy needs some sugar.
Get the taffy! So,
That's why I bought a shit ton of sugar. I knew it would come in handy.
Devil.
yes, it's definitely.
Kaladar.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Kaladar. I'll go up to actually shake your hand. I smile. That's because he's always so stuck. It's a rare situation.
Just one of those really forced, super wide smiles. Just
It was like a Cheshire cat grin. Smiles, but his eyes don't change.
It's like an insane person.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill you. So, it's not much to trade, but I mean, it's at least for payment of giving me a sturdier house for the time. Obviously, welcome to stay for the night, and I do have these few other singing crystals, and well, the pickled vegetables are nothing too fantastic, but I do have a few artichokes and cucumbers, a couple pickled peppers from the previous winter.
Do you like taffy, by the way? Oh, sorry. I'm Rylax. Most people are scared of me, so I was just staying away.
Welcome, and I can honestly say I don't think I've ever seen anyone quite like you, which is refreshing to say the least.
I get that a lot. Anyways, yeah. There's like 8 pieces in this bag. I don't really want to eat it. I think I bought too much sugar.
Thank you. And you can tell, like, when he does kind of take it out and look at it and squish it a little bit, like, he's very clearly never seen taffy before in his life.
Yo, he said he got like some crystals in here, right?
Yes, he does. A crate of singing crystals, as he put it.
Oh, I'm gonna yoink a couple of those, and I'm gonna pull out my jeweler's tools and start refining them.
Alright, so even as you kind of hold them, even just the soft taps, you can hear the very gentle hum and vibration. Even as you're kind of carving it, it's almost like a little bit of a tuning note, an occasional 1 or 2 screeches as you're kind of scraping away the outer layer.
I'm trying to find the soothing resonance.
But go ahead and roll me your trade jeweler's kit to see how I find.
With which attribute?
I'd say wisdom, because you're kind of feeling this one. I'm going by the sense of it.
Man, come on, can I roll something that's like these? Good, I have now got a screaming stone.
A screaming bell is made! So a brief moment like nails on a chalkboard before you start getting back to the singing tune, and you can see why, especially for something like that, how Cal had mentioned the marionetted kind of singing stones he has out back is such a signal that usually in infused, and especially for yourself, you're able to pick up on it, which is why it's a little easier for yourself. That you have to be naturally in tune with the elements or even your surroundings, kind of like how you and Cal focus yourselves and your energy. This is not an arcane skill. This is someone who is attentive to the elements and the environment around them at all times.
Yeah.
For yourself, you're able to get it back to a fairly nice song, even with the handling and the taps that it has, even in the louder hum and chime. But you can tell that anyone else would probably have a greater difficulty and probably have to even risk getting close to destroying such a thing just because they don't fully understand it.
My natural attunement with the earth helps. I'm trying to make something small but nice for Davalon.
So, eventually, Fritz and Nistri will eventually return after their bountiful hunt.
Do you know what I do?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. I have refined this small gemstone, correct?
Yes, back down to a small singing stone.
I ask Davalon, do you use those wheels that are out the back?
Currently, no. I mean, if you want to use them, go ahead. I haven't been able to really barter with anyone to take them for the wagon anyway.
Well, one moment. Okay. I come out the back here and I do a thing. When my fucking sheet loads, I had to refresh. Let's see. Shape metal.
Oh.
I create a whole bunch of little rings so that I could place the gems into to create singing rings.
Singing spokes.
Yeah, so now you could wear them on your finger. As I place the gem into the top of the ring and then shape it around it, so that way it's kind of has like the prongs holding it in place so it won't fall out, but you can still see the gem.
And that way when you sucker punch someone, it'll be super good.
You hit them and it goes, ah! And they're like, fuck!
My face!
Just polish it.
I pretty much just shape as many rings as I can out of the metal from this one wheel.
You're just like, I'm gonna use all your shit to make things that you don't need.
I'm making very good trade value items for this boy.
For everyone who will be trading with. Yeah.
Little did you know Josh planned for exactly 2 of our wheels to break in the future. He's the only one with wheels.
This is the only place you can buy wheels for 600 miles. Nobody else.
600 wheels!
Do any of you sell wagon wheels? We just need more wheels for a wagon. No, we just go to that shed in between the 2 towns. The invisible man sells us them for 2 gold pieces.
It's amazing.
You can get wheels.
Yeah. Alright.
Hell yeah.
History comes in with like a couple fucking rabbits. Some birds. Shit.
Some good games.
Some birds. Shit.
Man, alright.
Birds and shit.
Some game birds.
Is it a duck though? I guess it wouldn't really trigger Zircon's anger because he can't see the dead duck. You have to hear the duck.
It's true. So he's free.
Okay,
What are we having for dinner? Duck. Just like grabs the pot. Like, go.
I come back inside and I present the little ring for Davalon.
I've never actually thought of doing something like that. That's actually pretty ingenious.
My family are jewelers by trade.
Then
I thought it would be nice.
Thank you. I suppose the small crate of the ones I have would be pretty helpful to you then.
They would be, but I would not dare take them all from you.
I mean, he kind of gestures towards all the walls in the house that's solid as all stone that you've molded. Like, I'm pretty sure even if I and, well, probably an uncontrollable amount of arcane wind come flowing out of my own right now. I wouldn't have much to worry or clean up other than maybe a crate or two.
It's alright. Consider it a gift of friendship. Something that you can always look back to and even hear to remember this day by.
Thank you. Look back, Cromsdale.
Help, I've been turned into a rice cooker.
Nerd!
That's your rice cooker button while you weren't aware.
Is this crate just absolutely brimming full with like hundreds of them?
For the crate that he's sitting on top of, yeah, it's just packed full of singing crystals.
Oh, I humbly request, you know, like a small bag of them so I could just make a couple more for my friends.
Well, definitely can. I would just recommend keeping the, as you pulls them out, you can see what looks like, kind of like soft plant fibers that he's wrapped around them. Just be sure to keep them wrapped, otherwise they might drive you a little crazy.
Ah, understood. I might be able to refine them to make them only make noise when we want them to.
Mhm.
It would require a little bit of experimenting.
That's what I'm gonna spend my night doing.
Hell yeah.
Trying to make little rings out of these gems that we can all wear. That we can make them make noise when we want to.
We have our own unique, high-pitched, annoying noise.
Yes,
Hell yeah.
actually, that was the idea.
Yeah.
Have our own harmonic frequencies.
Where are you? Quick, click your ring! Ding 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 ding! Help me!
I totally want to see if I can link the rings so that way when someone presses like their ring or something, it'll come up on someone else's ring, so like we can speak through our own like, you know, like Morse code kind of thing.
Each person has their own resignation. Just ding 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 ding.
The Crom Steelers is. Yes, that's what I'm going to spend my time doing.
And forgive me, Cromsteel, as I try to remember the name of the other person.
Yeah.
The paladin.
Yes!
You've been turned into a rice
Yeah.
cooker.
That was a hell of a lot better.
Thank you. So, your friend, as he kind of gestures towards you, Cromsteel.
Yes.
In Stratham, he's. It's unusual, but at the same time, Stratham has been reasonable, at least to your kind.
That's nice.
They have a home there. I've never realized that, well, the reason that, Varus had spent some time occasionally trekking out here, perhaps maybe trying to hopefully bump into you on the way. I have, forgive me, I don't know the full terms of how to properly say it, but I guess the way Varus always described it as brethren, those who managed to break from the Grand Farms, I've always pointed them towards Stratham.
Some good news finally.
that is refreshing news for you. I think there's probably been 5 that I've pointed in that direction, and probably quite a few other footprints I've seen moving in that same direction. He's mentioned that there's about 20 of them that have been passing on the word of the father or something. I'm not...
Yes, the Iron Father.
That would be it. I apologize, it just... it doesn't always stick with me.
I was hoping for more than 20, but that is a start.
Well, that would be from the farms. If there's anywhere else that he's managed to go, I'm not entirely sure. He has mentioned that he has traversed the lands quite a bit, and that this is mostly his return, obviously in anticipation of awaiting an ally, as he put it. I would imagine there's probably more.
I see.
Obviously, it's the most I can really discern in that part, though. I can't really speak for much else.
That is all right. I have much to discuss with him.
I would imagine. Was it a folio, or was it just kind of exaggeration? I mean, I wouldn't know. I know many of you have been around for probably hundreds of my lifetimes for some.
Not me.
Mm-hmm. It's been a few times I've been tempted kind of walk myself to the border of the Dragonborn territories, but then again the Elven territories are still even closer to the town of Exiles. I'm not exactly entirely sure where it is. I think I would probably end up lost trying to get there. Well, Var did say he could try and get me there, though. I know he has already been in so much trouble between freeing a few of your other brethren and teaching them the better ways. It is curious because I've always been told that Warforged were just tools, but obviously that is definitely not the story. Especially after befriending Vardis, that
It would seem that is simply the culture of this land.
yes, can't say I've really fallen in love with it either.
It is something that will be changed.
Would be nice. Be able to go into a town. what's it like having well, I guess neighbors? Cluttered city, as most describe it.
You're asking for a city living experience?
Just curious. I mean, kind of been mostly in the woods.
You would have to ask somebody else for that.
Fair enough.
They smell.
Really?
It's most of the cities I've been in. Too many people, not enough space.
Not on well. I think it's quite well managed as it is.
That's two interesting outlooks, I guess.
It depends which city you go to. Some are vile and filled with corruption. Nothing there should really work, but it does. In its own little corrupt way. People aren't nice. But then there are some cities that are very nice. Everyone just wants to help each other. People are friendly.
Yeah, there is something sort of intoxicating about how many people can be so close together and still get along. It's pleasant in its own way.
If you're my people, family and clan is everything. We respect and care for each other. Nothing gets in the way of that. But there is also a lot of hierarchy in how our systems work.
I think it would be nice, kind of being around others. Kind of gestures to all you all seem pretty confident that my fusel won't go really awry.
I didn't really understand that second part. You sort of got out.
You seem trusting of the fact that my infusal won't go awry or act up.
Even if it does, it's not something we can't handle. And we wouldn't hold it against you anyway.
Surely something can be done to nullify it.
Sure. Usually a lot of people just kill us.
I mean, without killing you.
Cal's gonna motion like someone getting decapitated. Think they didn't try that already.
There has to be some kind of magic that can suppress your destructive effects.
And if not, a way to learn to control them.
I mean, I heard of a lot of other towns that kind of live on the cusp. Some parts of them get destroyed, but that a good portion of people there have learned to control their gift, but I didn't exactly get the chance to go out there myself. Kinda got cut off from the people who kinda knew about that. I could definitely say I've learned to use it in some degrees, though definitely more on the hearing side. Weird design, though noisy. I know most people prefer it to be quiet, but he pulls out one of his arrows, and you can see that he has used the singing stones as arrowheads.
Nice.
Imagine you get shot and then your wound screams at you.
I've been, well, even if I lost sight of the arrow or it goes a bit wide, I've always been able to use it and guided by the sound with the wind to redirect to my target. It's a bit difficult to kind of learn that, but going off a sound doesn't seem impossible for all here. Kind of points towards Zircon. I mean, your eyes don't move. And
that is because I am blind.
That I kind of figured. Everyone else here wasn't even able to pick up that I was there.
I was unaware that you were invisible.
Just flexing. I would not be able to determine if someone is invisible or not. There's no way to determine that for me.
Yeah.
It's kind of a trick that I had to pick up early. It's kind of bending the light using the wind. It's a strange trick, but a useful one that I've been able to hide out with.
One may always hide visage, but never volume. I see very differently to others, in that I sense your vibrations, the small movements, the beat of your heart, the breath from your lungs. Despite seeing less, in a way I see far more than others can. But it's limited. I cannot see far.
That's why we don't let him drive the cart.
It's true.
I see no colors. I cannot see the sky. I only know
It's
your shapes.
overrated, don't worry.
The sky is nice. What are you talking about?
I could definitely say it's still a wonderful thing to have all of you. I'm sure that could keep you up all night talking. Let's get the rest of this food made up and done. Sure you have a good road of travel ahead of you still with a full cart and wagon like that.
It is still a small step of the journey to go. until we get to Zonwell.
Besides, I guess I still have a decision to think about in the morning.
The choice is yours. We will not force you.
So, obviously, he's more than happy to help Niche 3 clean the game for the night. Set up a small camp in the little courtyard that he has out front of his house. Obviously able to have a nice meal, share what various pickled vegetables he has from the time here. You can see that he has various supplies, a shovel and other items that he's clearly used to collect mud and mortar to be rebuilding his house multiple times. Even a sack of chicken feed that no longer feeds chickens.
No.
Be able to get a full night's rest again. Kind of listening to the song and chime of the prisma stone out back with the other elemental crystals there. And you could tell that even though he is obviously still trusting, to the point where he even still kind of gets a little nervous and worked up, and will head out in the midst of the night just to kind of catch some fresh air. And yeah. As for some of you who are obviously resting up, you actually see Yazida go outside to maybe have a discussion with him.
You gotta get away from them. They're too nice. They're clearly cultists.
They're gonna fucking sacrifice you the moment they get the chance.
They're the nicest fucking people I've ever met. I don't understand.
I would like to eavesdrop.
Go on, roll stealth.
Roll me perception.
Wasn't I out there helping cook?
Well, basically after everyone eats and everything. And, you know,
This is sleepy time now.
sleepy time. Air quote.
Dance time.
Dance, dance. Leoris hits the DDR mat. So, dance about the singing crystals. As for the conversation that you pick up on Chrome Steel, I understand there's a great deal of fear, especially with being able to trust anyone, especially after what you've probably lost and have been chased out here for so long. Though I know it seems rattling and shakes you to even consider going near something even as minutely dangerous as that. I could definitely say that from my own foolish choices, they've been able to save me multiple times. As much as I know they don't want me to count myself in debt to them, I can definitely say that I owe them a great deal. I would definitely recommend at least having the chance to come to Zonwell with us. That, or at least take the opportunity to get to the opposite side of Stratham safely with us, going through the town. Maybe even meeting a few others. Well, obviously, I know they'll watch your back. If they've definitely been willing to watch mine on probably by far the most moronic decision I've made in my life. Definitely give it some thought. Besides, I'm sure your friends would like to see you within the city where they can at least have a chance to talk to you and show you their home finally. Right. I guess I could probably show Cromsteel to his friend's house too. Good night, Daffo. And then Yazid will return to her bedroom. Meanwhile, as Cal and Leonis have a wonderful night near the singing stones. So, as they enjoy the night and give praise with their dance, Avlor will eventually return back to inside the hut. And I'll go to lay down on top of his crate with his bedroll and other supplies. So, for the rest of the night, aside the singing stones and those who are softly patting their feet through the grass as they enjoy the night and have a good dance, the morning will come and the mists will be drifting over the area. Heat starting to build up and drying off the dew, and even the lizards kind of bask for a moment, kind of taking in the heat as they start to wake up in the early morning. Yazid is out at the cart and starting to get it back on the main road, and the lizards moving so they don't just sit there perched on the side of the road enjoying themselves all day.
Oh yeah. How did last night's ring making process for me go? I rolled a 20 on my jeweler's tools.
Oh. God, with that rather exquisite. You actually got a fairly sizable one, but even on the soft tap or even like a gentle rub of your thumb or finger over the stone would cause a nice, beautiful harmonic sound that's actually in a very relaxing resignation.
Yep, that's my ring.
new one. Screw it on like it's a bolt. Like a feature. It's perfect.
Just a tangent here. One of my mates, his dad, has his wedding ring bolted through his
Oh,
What the fuck?
through the bones. What?
that sounds
Why
awful.
That's dedication.
It's divorced.
Yeah, man. It's dedication. Literally can't take it off.
Yeah, I'm really glad to have met you. Why do you always wear gloves? Oh, no reason.
Oh, no reason.
Fucking hell.
Totally not hiding a wedding ring with his gloves.
That's been drilled through to my bones. Not at all.
How do you... Are you cheating on me? How could I? I have a wedding ring bolted to my finger.
I mean, you got all these gloves.
Got that glove tan line.
I've never seen a man with a glove tan line. We live in California.
How
Why are
is
you
it
even wearing
possible?
gloves?
Have you been traveling to New Jersey?
It's another choice.
So. As you are.
I was just gonna say, go kick over a tree stump to find some bugs to feed the lizards.
I mean, there is one right here.
Those are some big lizards. Are gonna be a lot of bugs.
Feed him a whole chicken.
Whole horse.
Chicken is bug.
Chicken is bug.
Fritz looks very sad as the lizards approach. No! But, early morning as everyone's kind of finishing to pack up. You see Devlor kind of come out looking a little sheepish with the pack in the bedroll kind of tucked on top of it, and kind of looks at the rest of you. And so that invitation still stand.
No.
Come on, buddy. It's road trip time.
No, actually, we're robbing you.
Just hear the words no, and then yes. It's like then I'll be going with you then. I had a few words as well. So your friend Zeta there. I mean, it makes sense that somebody needs to at least be able to guide you towards your friend.
That does sound very hopeful.
I've always kind of seen it from a distance, but never really had the privilege of heading in fully. So,
Would you like to?
Yes, I would. I guess let's get going then.
Yeah, let's go. I'm excited.
You will still kind of sheepishly kind of get into the cart and kind of shuffle into a position. Still keeps him at a little distance, but obviously comfy. I can see that he even brought an extra box of the singing stones and a jar of pickled peppers.
So, we avoiding fighting necromancers Well, this guy's with us.
Okay.
I mean, if we run into them, I don't think they'll give us much choice.
So let's just not volunteer for anything.
Even if they deserve it.
You want a little kid to get killed by a necromancer? It's not very kind of you, Crumsteel.
Stay with the card, like Yazida.
Yeah, we can protect him.
Saying we can't protect each other.
I am saying that we should not take unnecessary risks.
No, of course not.
You're absolutely right. But they will all be necessary risks.
Let's just head off. We still have some travel to go.
Kid,
Yeah,
you know how to drive a cart?
I mean, I know how to steer animals, sure. I mean, Dad kind of showed me when we...
We're keeping him.
You've just been promoted.
You'd see Yazid's like, but I just got used to learning the quirks, so she'll shuffle over as he kind of slowly moves on up to the main driver's seat.
Might have fun driving for us. Zita, you could have a break from it for a little bit at least.
I could definitely say they're stubborn. I just usually need to probably bask for a while. Loaded start up in the morning. Need the sunshine to, get the blood flowing. You can see he still kind of shrinks back from her a little.
I'll be back in just a sec.
So, on the road again.
I can't wait to get back on the road again.
Bye, house.
Bye, house.
You should set it on fire like in Full Metal Alchemist.
Jesus Christ, man.
It's a perfectly nice house. There's no need for that.
It was just
Yeah,
rebuilt.
just light it on fire. Well, actually, it probably wouldn't burn very well considering it's made out of stone. Just light it on fire.
Ooh.
Yeah, just set it aflame. That's all you gotta do. Just always set it aflame.
Nice house exists.
There, hold on. Town of Exiles. Bam.
Oh, lovely.
Oh boy, my favorite.
Oh, oppression.
So, as you are heading the road, obviously, for the day or two of travel that you would be finishing up to get to Stratham, as being on the cart is a lot faster, thankfully, especially those who have their own horses. Will be able to have two nights to rest up, share game hunting, especially between Devlor and Nistri. Be able to be a cheeky infused half elf that is able to go invisible and sneak up on some creatures.
Sneaksy hobbitses.
Well, you can tell that, especially in a few nights, there seems to be where Yazida is obviously sharing a few words with Devlor whenever he, seems to kind of wander off in the midst of the night. Trying to guide him as best she can. not long before then, you start to see on the border the township of Stratham. See, from the mixtures of the architectures, it looks like a good portion of it is prominently dragonborn, with some elven architecture has been mixed in as well along the town border and line that you could see from the distance. And especially getting closer, you can even see that there is one larger building that Devlor points out to you, Cromsteel. Like, that one right there is the
Yes.
building that father said he was from, and you can see the figure outline of, I think he said it was supposed to be your god.
Oh.
And as you do approach, you can see that there is a temple of the Iron Father. As you start to get close, you do see this magnificent statue. Is obviously stone shape, probably by one of the various warforged who might have been there. You can even hear the sounds of what seems to be various warforged training. Actually, in the correction of this circumstance, especially being one of your brethren now free-forged. And we'll leave off as you start fully getting into the main city and closer towards the Temple of the Iron Father, seeing the interesting mix of Dragonborn and Elvenkind living together with a few humans here.
Talk to him.
Next time on Festering.
It's just me going, no, gotta go home.
Sure we can't stay here for a couple weeks?
Weeks?
Weeks!
What the fuck, man?
Just like 4.
Why?
A month? No,
Alright, weeks.
I wanna go home.
But you found your friend. Your story's done.
Yeah,
only
you
20
leave.
days.
Background still.
Bye, Cromsteel, new character
Yeah,
time.
I'll introduce my new character. It's your mother.
His name is
I
Bob.
trained you.
No, his name is Bob Gnarly, and he's a druid. He wears lots of sticks because he's gnarly.
And you get 1200 XP each.
Thanks, Dave Law.
Davlor. It's Davlor!
Okay, Dave Law.
Zircon, could you just like sink his feet into the ground by like a foot?
Yes, I'll do you one better.
Just get like a massive penis coming out of his forehead.
Oh
I can sink him in. I
Dickhead.
can sink him into the ground.
What the fuck?
That is the thing I do.
No!
You can make Cromsteel a real dickhead.
Oh!
But Jesse, none of those work because you have key points and not chi points.
Oh, you're right. Fuck.
Can't
Yeah.
use any of your abilities.
Yeah, you get key points back on a rest. Not
Alright.
chi.
It's alright. Sorry. New game time. New
New
character.
character.
New character
New
time.
life.
Yeah, make one that works this time.
You idiot.
Hey, I've put in a lot of work with this guy, arguably.
Yeah.
Arguably. What does that mean?
He gave the base ideas and what he wanted to do with it, and I'm like, this, and it's just been a fucking journal.
Just yeah, because you know, I learned that if I leave anything out, you will fuck me with the rest of the details.
Yes.
You're right.
Like that time Ironstride happened because I didn't make a story, so you went, you know what? I'm gonna make it for you. I'm like, haha, I'm just a cold calculating, unthinking man robot. Haha, and you're like, no, you're a child trapped in a body of a robot. And I'm like,
Wait a minute. This isn't what I signed up for.
internal screaming.
Internal and external.
That's what happens when you say, I don't care, do what you want with my story. Oh, yeah.
Me trying to work out my story with this character and my backup just
Meanwhile, in Half-Orc Town.
Half-Orc Town.
I wonder if my...
In Goblet Town.
Like, half is just like, where's my pappy? The other half is, I wonder how I fit in the world.
Pretty much.
Also, I sent you a thingy.
Ooh. Ooh.
So, like, you've seen those weapons, right? The artifact weapons. How they have different states.
Oh, I love this.
I kind of want to do that, but I need to work out like what it would do.
I am 100% for this.
Fuck yeah!
Hey Josh,
Yes, sir.
before you close the stream, I'd like you to look at it for a moment.
Mm-hmm. You son of a bitch.
What have you done?
24 hours.
I
Oh,
repeat the 24-hour stream.
how dare you.
I passed 100k during the game.
Alright. Well, I guess I'll be doing that this week.
Damn. Get got, nerd.
Oh, monk. Stinky.